penis. Zimeki shichi du nobing bireki kuchi kusikunana hanchi tainan nakubing bere chang tiaomi. You have selected Microsoft Bees as the computer's default voice. Meow, hi chat. I wrote a new TTS thing. Go try it. Naname nana juna na dono narabi de nakunaku inanaku nanahan nanadai nanaku narabeta naganagami. It says that shit better than I do. It does. It says it better than I do. Also, it's text to speech with me is a cold. So there's that. Sorry, chat. Hold on. Oh God, so many cables. What's happening? Can't get tangled up there. You can go over here. That'll work for now. It ain't perfect. Oh my God. Hi chat. Hi. Welcome. As you may have noticed, there's a new text to speech. It's me. And there will be more. Welcome, chat. Where we at? Oh my God, I'm so disorganized right now. Okay, here we go. I'm smug again. What am I hitting that's making me smug every time before I go live? Literally checked it earlier. Was not smug. Yeah, welcome chat. Welcome Brainy. Whale. We've got Joey, Hatu, Anger, Caddy, Rain. I think that's everybody that I see so far. Ugh. What a day. My voice is still, it's better. It's better, but I don't want to push it too much tonight because I am like that close to being like good. Yeah. God, I had a long day. Holy. But I'm done with it now and I'm hanging out with y'all. So hell yeah. And I had time to throw together this text-to-speech thing, which Brainy tried. So let's see. Who all redeemed it? Was it just, oh no, okay, it was, oh, nice. Brainy, anger, catty, brainy, and anger again.
I tried to send a funny message and break the TTS, which I did successfully. So instead, I'm getting this message because the AI model broke on the floor like a china cabinet toppling over. Sincerely, some failsafe code.
It was literally just balls. I don't even think that that's like, I don't even think that that's like restricted or anything. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Go over here. That's probably fine. Yeah, chat. So that was 5 minutes. That was 5 minutes of me setting this up. I dug around for like solutions for like a more fun text-to-speech. And like I've been saying, like I know that there are streamers that use their friends' voices for text-to-speech. And UberDuck lets you do that, but it was like $400 or something up front to join. And then I don't even think that it's so seamlessly integrated into Twitch. Moon, hi Moon, how are you? Are you still getting logged out constantly? Check out my new text-to-speech. It's only 500 channel points. Do it. Make me say something. You had a big spook? Oh no. Are you good now? But yeah, I found this solution and it looks like, yeah, the logout thing spooked me. Oh yeah, I think it was some weird caching issue. I think you're good though. You said
Moon is the cutest bundle of cute.
True, so true. I'm so right. That is a really cute picture, man. Thank you. But yeah, I think you just had a weird caching issue. You learned to do the ooh-woo face? You did. You did. I'm so proud. I always knew that you had it in you. But yeah, so I think with this service, I can add... Pinyan also got some updates. Oh, that's cool. I can add additional voices for $5 a month. There's also... Dude, there's so many things on this. And I think some of these redeems y'all would actually use. Like some of them y'all would actually use. What the fuck? Yeah, it's Tangia. Tangia. I don't know how you pronounce it. I have literally no idea how you pronounce it. But the text-to-speech, 5 minutes. 5 minutes of me following a script, uploading it, good to go. And I could do better once I'm less sick sounding and knowing that I think I should slow down my text, slow down my voice a little bit while I'm creating it. But yeah, there's a lot on here that's just like just baked in. There's too much right now. I would need to go through it all. How's the volume on these redeems, by the way?
This is fine. I'm okay with the events that are unfolding currently.
Like there's a lot of potential with some of these.
Ooh, I am a cutie. The bee got him. How's the volume when I'm talking with my alt ego?
Yeah, I mean, how is the volume? Let me know. It sounds good to me. Seems pretty good. Touch quieter than you are, which I think is fine. Yeah, I think that makes sense. I think that makes sense. But let me see. Let me find it. I'm logged in. TTS Studio. Okay. So what's cool about this is I believe, like, if Moon were to sign up on this and create a model with their voice, I believe they could share it with me. I believe that they could share it with me without, like, me having to pay $5 a month. But if I don't want them to have to sign up, I can pay $5 and, like, have them read the script and send it to me. Hello?
Let me tell you about your car's extended warranty.
I refuse. Psycho is the warranty. He's not even here. He's not even here to defend himself. I'd be kind of scared, though. People might use it like Bad Champ. Yeah, but I mean, like, here's the thing. Like, if somebody wanted to scrub my content, pull my voice, and make an AI with it, they already could. Right? And me creating this model doesn't like put my name on like a list or something that other people can use. Like, it's mine to use. So it's not like it's out there for anybody. And if somebody was motivated, it was already out there for them anyways. So I wonder if you can limit to certain channels. Yeah, I think it's limited to the people that you share it with, or like that's it. Like, I don't have a list of like channels that have uploaded their voice to pull their model from. I can send you my TTS model. But yeah. It has as much of a safety thing as you want. It has banned words. But I mean, like, again, that's kind of already the thing, right? Is like, if somebody wanted to say bad things with text-to-speech, they've already had that ability to say it. So, like, now what? They can like make you say it and then record it. Again, if they're that motivated to do it, they could pull your voice from your VODs, create a text-to-speech, and then do it covertly without you knowing. If somebody says something like especially ignorant and ban-worthy using text-to-speech, they'll just get banned in chat. Like, it's pretty much that easy. But I feel you. For me personally, I'm not that worried about it. I've got mods who are usually around. It's easy enough for me to tab out and handle something. It's also easy enough to just turn off the redeem. So, Zal, good to see you. Welcome. But yeah, I it's $5 a month. So, like, say I was to get like Contario, Moon, Matt, like any of a number of people that I feel like the community would be invested in. You know, the interactions are cool. Yeah, they are. There's a lot of them. I think that's super powerful, and there's room for like quality text-to-speech interactions versus like just some really dumb shit. You know what I mean? Like, you can literally say something witty as if you were one of my friends. I feel like that would be funny. I feel like that would be super funny. So it's something that I want to explore, and hopefully a couple of my hopefully I can find a couple of people that are down for that. And I need to go through and disable some of these so that you can actually find things in the extension. There should be an extension that's active right now, like the Cult of the Lamb or whatever, where it's just like a button that you click in the Twitch window.
Are you winning, son?
There's a looks like there's a lot of like Walter White text to speeches. Who knows if these are actually going to stick around, right? Like I feel like Uberduck's not the only one that's cut a lot of the voices recently. But this one has at least some still enabled.
This is a sample of what my voice sounds like. I am not real. Are you real?
I feel like that's something that Joe Rogan would actually say. There's Apple Cat. Where's Apple Cat? Apple. What's it called? Yo, Lucifine. Welcome, welcome. How are you? Thank you for being here.
This is literally Bees tries to pronounce a thing, but cheaper. Watch me pronounce Czech words like Brno and Stark Prust Skurs Kurark without stuttering. Technology Bees.
I feel like it. Okay. Did it actually say that correctly? Because I feel like it didn't. I feel like it didn't. Oh my God. Listen, it's not my fault that those syllables and stuff aren't supposed to go together. DJ, welcome in. Thank you for being here. It's just 100% accurate. Well, I mean, it did I feel like it did like, I mean, obviously not good with the Japanese, but it certainly did better than that. Oh, there's tags and stuff too. Like wholesome. Oh. Hey. Why are you throwing stuff, nerdy? You ever just get 4 accounts banned in an hour? Wait, wait, what did you do? Banned on what? Explain. Explain. Apparently you can draw. You can make me watch a TikTok.
Oh my lord, you finally set up a Tangia TTs. Him. Hi chat, it's me. Bees, have you considered shipping spag right to my P.O. box, chat? That's right. At my certified Beezers P.O. box, you can send me spag cans.
Chat, don't. Look, I do have a P.O. box. Don't send me more SpaghettiOs, for love of God. Oh my God, the whale redeem, right? All I heard was yup. So "cum" was one of the suggested banned words, but I don't think that it is. The duck vanish? It should be on there, right? I'm pretty sure it is. What is it? It's just bits only. I think I can add the... Oh. Let me find it. Jelly of how well Tangia works.
Come.
Oh my god. Tangia works with its core accent demographic. Listen. Okay, where's the duck vanish? Duck. What's the actual title? Oh, okay. Duck vanishes. Oh my god.
Open the door or I'm going to throw rocks through your windows.
Okay. Yeah, so I need to go through some of, I mean, I guess it's searchable. So it's not that bad. The problem is, okay, I don't like how if I click to enable channel point purchases, it also adds it in my actual channel point redeem. So like, I don't know if there's a limit to how many channel point redeems I can have, but I wouldn't want these to be like just completely clogging up the actual redeems that I have working through Sammy. The duck.
Hello, hi.
Oh, hello.
I have a great announcement. WTF Wasps has decided to abandon the flying insect wars, and as a result has conceded victory. He now has a promising career in ASMR streams, I hear. Good thing he's not done spag ASMR, I think.
No, that's not on the list. That's not on the list. I'm not saying it's never gonna happen. I'm not saying it's never gonna happen, but it's not on the list.
Boy, that escalated quickly. I mean, that really got out of hand fast.
It's too good. The duck, yes, the duck. There's a lot of duck related like redeems here. What is this? Oh, okay, all right.
Sniff. Is that a boy I smell? Sniff. Yes, I smell it. Boy smell. I smell a boy. What is a boy doing here? Oh my gosh, what am I going to do? There's a boy here. I'm freaking out so much. Calm down, and take a nice deep breathe. Sniff. It smells so good. I love boy smell so much. It makes me feel so amazing. I'm getting tingles all over from the delicious boy scent. It's driving me boy crazy.
Dude, it's so good. It's so good. Like, I seriously, 5 minutes. And like, there are things that I could do to make this better, for sure. There's actually services that are like scary good. This sounds like, it does sound good. Don't get me wrong, but it's not like, 11 out of 10. And while I was looking up solutions for this, while I was looking up options, like I came across a couple that are like really good, but it's more difficult to integrate them with Twitch. So, oh, damn. Yeah, I'm excited about this. Lamon, hi, how are you? Welcome. Thank you for being here. Oh my god. Why are you like this, Kung Fu? Why?
No one roleplay feeds me some spag.
I feel like having the small amount of scuff makes it more enjoyable. I agree. Because honestly, like the closer it gets to perfect, like the more unsettling it will get, right? Like to me, I want it to be obvious who it's supposed to be and I want it to sound like good. But I think that this is like pretty spot on for what I'm looking for. The really good ones scare me. Absolutely. Like I sent the clip to Brainy. I sent the clip to Brainy, and I don't think that Brainy realized like what was happening at first. Hi, 488. Welcome. Moon, you can add this to your stream. You got it out of your system. I don't believe you. I don't believe you, Moon. I don't believe you. You're going to redeem the duck again. Why are you disappointed? Why are you disappointed? I guess it's just like it doesn't do well with really short messages. It doesn't do well with really short messages. Let's see. Let's see.
Look at me. Sure. Look at me. Sure. I'm the captain now.
Frick, you random chatter.
See, it does better like that.
Lorem ipsum dolor sit amet, consectetur adipising elet, sedo eius mod, tempor insididun, ut labore et dolore magna aliqua.
Sometimes Tengia cuts out the start of messages as well, I've noticed. I might just be arguing with my accent, though. Yeah. Blizzy, you knew about this? Have you told me about this, Blizzy? Have you? I bet you have. You probably have told me about this. I could have done this like ages ago, and then the UberDuck breaking motivated me to get it done. Sounds more like Italian than Latin. I feel like Tinko's somewhere ready to fight you over that statement. No, I heard about it from Key a while back. Had it for a few months.
May I have your attention, please? May I have your attention, please? Will the real Slim Shady please stand up? I repeat, will the real Slim Shady please stand up?
Quick chat, make me do Rap God.
Beat the devil out of it.
That was so perfectly placed too. Oh my god. Thank you, Polka Dog. My voice cannot handle this tonight. Oh. Uppies was not great. Riot. Okay.
This better not awaken anything in me.
I feel like it's too late. It's too late. Dancing hot dog? Hell yeah. I am the danger. Oh my god, we got a Porpoisepin. Oh no.
I, OMGBs, the real OMGBs, right here, right now, declare that I am now rebranding into a gotcha streamer upon seeing Brainy's first stream.
No.
Expect me pulling for Kokomi tomorrow and wailing for Natasha on Saturday. All your subs will go towards me obtaining a new summer character in Nikki. Listen up, pal. I could die right now. Blood's pumping like a newborn cow robot dance. While I take my shirt off, my heart's going to explode like pow.
There's a cat? Wait, what do you mean? What's the actual name of it? And I'll rename it. Oh, there's this one. What, Brainy? I'm sorry. Wait, what'd you do? Well, not really. Oh. I'm not rebranding as a gotcha streamer. There's so much more that we could do. There's so much more that we could do.
"18 naked cowboys in the showers at Ram Ranch. Big, hard, throbbing cocks wanting to be sucked. 18 naked cowboys wanting to be fucked. Cowboys in the showers at Ram Ranch. On their knees wanting to suck cowboy cocks. Ram Ranch really rocks. Hot, hard, buff cowboys, their cocks throbbing hard. 18 more wild cowboys out in the yard. Big, bulging cocks ever so hard. Orgy in the showers at Ram Ranch. Big, hard, throbbing cocks ramming cowboy butt like a breeding ram wanting to rut.
Oh my god.
Big, hard, throbbing cocks getting sucked real deep. Cowboys even getting fucked in their sleep. Ram Ranch, it rocks.
Oh my god.
This isn't even my final form. Everyone knows my final form is also my favorite, which is Chai B.
That sounds like I'm from Chicago. Absolutely not. Absolutely. Hey! Yeah, there's play TikTok. Chai B. Yeah, so there's a lot of potential with this. Honestly, like I am less so interested in the monetization, like with the bits. I wish I could just give y'all this to scroll through.
Hi, chat.
What?
I've gathered you here today to inform you. As of today, we are starting our playthrough of the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV. We're going to be starting as a very cute bunny girl.
Yes.
Oh, and let's pick this not sussy server. Hugh.
Yeah, I think I have multiple.
Jugemu goko no surikire kaijari suidio no suidio matsu unrai matsu furai matsu kuneru. Tokoro ni sumu Tokoro ya burakoji no burakoji paipo no shuringan no gurindai no pompokopi no pompokona no chokyume no chosuke.
No, it's oh my god. I was saying something before that happened. I was saying something. I kind of want to put mine on bit interactions, not gonna lie. I don't know how though. Wait, what do you mean by bit interactions? Like the way that I have it set up now? Because right now it's set up for mostly you have to spend bits. Mostly you have to spend bits, but I don't know. I kind of wish that I could just set it to channel points and let y'all go wild. Yeah. So I think like all of the, I think like all of these are enabled, right? Chat. Like you have like 100 of these that you can scroll through on the extension. McLennan, welcome. Chat keeps making me say. Chat keeps making me say things in Japanese, so I put on the hair. You're not sorry, Moon. Don't lie to me. Don't lie to me. Have I looked at stream stickers? If it's the one that I'm thinking of, then yes. I like the stickers. Let me look at it. I mean, I think it's I had a really amazing clip. I think I still have it somewhere of me timing some stickers
Also,
perfectly.
next Monday, we are starting an LN reading. We are starting with something patriotic called American Tensei Domei Aitsui ho Sareta Be Koku. Ga isekai de kinpatsu bishoujo tensei, Nippon mo isho, juki shokan sukiru de mamono o hedo shoto. What? Chikyu no kikirakara modote koi? O imasara o soy death. Please make sure to tune in.
What are you making me say?
I find it kind of bussin'. I find it kind of cap. That the dreams in which I'm dying are the ones that kind of slap.
Oh my fucking God. It's kind of painful to hear me say that. I timed one of like my favorite streamers ever talking about one of their Oshis and just being like, oh my God, this is my favorite streamer ever. And I slapped a trash sticker onto the stream and it was beautiful and she lost her fucking mind. Let me see. Stream stickers.
For all you uncultured gaijins, this is the American translation. American Reincarnation Love Alliance. America was expelled to another world and reincarnated as a blonde-haired girl, along with Japan, and headshots monsters with her gun.
Oh, okay,
Summon skill.
okay.
What? The Earth's in danger and you want us to go back? Oh, too late, die.
What was that inflection? Oh my God. I troll with stickers and most streams I watch. I can add stickers. I like the stickers. Yeah, this is exactly what I was thinking of. Yeah, I can add that as well. I'll mind.
No, I won't.
They're so good. Honestly, 50 bits isn't that steep. Let's see. You even started another dub? That's sick. That's awesome. Yeah, the stickers was like one of the first extensions that I used whenever I came back to Twitch and fell down like the VTuber rabbit hole.
Oh boy, ain't them's the bee's knees. My footsie wootsy's adorned in beautifully textured tights as I glide through the silky air.
That was a nice try. If you can figure out how to make me go, that'll be pretty amazing. I think you're going to have to get pretty inventive with it, though. We'll see.
Nice.
Holy shit. Yeah, these are really well put together. Oh, they have their own disappointed. What is it? Oh, thank you for the buff hats. Thank you. Can we get a bunny bee with that? That was something. I certainly made noises. What kind of bunny bee? like Matt's model that Matt made for me. Kaio, thank you for the bub hats. I didn't realize that was you. What's this disappointed?
Disappointed!
Here, yeah, let me do this, and then it should be, I believe it's
Maybe
this one. Yeah, it's this one. I need to work with Matt to tweak like the eye settings and everything, but that's more a me problem than oh yeah, hold on, there we go. That's more Twitch appropriate. And then I think it was, yeah.
Some good food.
Agreed, Gordon.
Huma huma nuku nuku apua.
Let's see. And that was the JoJo one. Okay.
Nice!
Good shit. That's amazing.
All you need to do is send in a donation. $5, $20, whatever you can spare.
Anger Senior gifted a tier 1 sub to K-Oyuk. They
Thank
have given
you.
25 gift subs in the channel.
Thank you, Anger, for gifting the sub to Kaio. Yeah, there's I could literally sit here for the majority of the stream and just click random buttons. But yeah. I don't know what we're gonna do today. I really just wanted to get this working and stream a little bit. So at least we got that going for us.
Hi, how are you?
Hi, how are ya? Yeah, like I don't know how well these work. Does this work? Time for Doug? Yes. Hello? Hello?
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Mambo number 512345. Everybody in the car, so come on, let's ride to the liquor store around the corner. The boys say they want some gin and juice, but I really don't want a beer bus like I had last week. I must stay deep, because talk is cheap.
Think of the possibilities. Chat, who else?
I've come for your pickle.
Why you popping up over there though? What you doing down there? Excuse me? But yeah, who else would you like to see created as a voice for the model? I really need to set up reverb.
Struth. Me and me mate Baza were driving in the ute when some flamin' galah cut us off in some dodgy holding commo. We got out and had a bit of a blue, or a bit of a disc up, if you will, but talked it out over a slab of tinnies we picked up at a botlow nearby. We're going to Bonnie Doon next week. Reckon it'll go off like a frog in a sock.
Oh no. But yeah, who else, chat? What other streamers do you feel like might actually be down the clown? I don't know. I feel like it's a missed opportunity to not try some of this at least. I hope that I can find some people that are, because I get it. I really do. I get not wanting to just add your voice to this stuff.
Samir, Sair, triple caution, stay center, Samir. Simon, medium left, listen to me. Samir, please, you're breaking the car. Samir.
I have many points, no worries, yeah. Yeah, well, it's like I was hanging out on Hylia's stream today and just redeemed a ton of one of Hylia's redeems, and I still have like 50k points over there. 115k, nice.
This is a sample of what my voice sounds like. I am not real. Are you real?
Are you real? With 207k, yeah, I feel like we have some people that are I feel like we probably have a couple people that are north of 300k at this point. 273, yeah.
My viewers, are you with me? Where are you at? In the front, in the back, killer bees on attack.
150k because of some gambas, yeah.
And now I fucking reckon bra sounds doozy.
Oh. Only 82k because of some questionable points usage. Yeah, and I love you for it, so.
I am never going to financially recover from this.
I forgot what that dude sounded like. Oh, he's gone. Where is... Did I find the gel? No, I haven't found it yet. I'm just kind of randomly scrolling around though.
Touch that mouse you're watching, Beelan's Chugs. Chugging the world one spag bottle at a time.
Ugh. The wheel is still active, by the way. So if you give 3 subs, you get to spin the wheel. I want to make some improvements to the wheel. Put some pretty awesome stuff on there. It's not going to be like an every stream kind of thing, but it's on right now. Oh. What is this? Oh. That's that I don't know if that should be 50 points. That's kind of terrifying. Jail the streamer? Okay. I don't feel like it's me that needs the jail.
Check this out. Mommy milkers. Big mommy milkers. Big huge milkers. And huge big milkies. Asterisk slurp. Asterisk ah.
All right. Well, I mean, after that text-to-speech, that's fair. Actually. Oh no.
What are you doing, step bro? Ooh, but it won't fit.
Got me flustered by V's text-to-speech. Ayo. Don't like that. Whoa. What is this? Too short. Too short. Let's see. There's... Hello?
Hi, I'm Bees. You might remember from such films as I Can't Live in the Neighborhood Without Having You Sign This. And I can't.
Why? Okay. All right. Okay. It's rude.
Oh shit!
Ash me summon
Farting on my
succubus.
roommate's door. Ah.
Ooh, wizards will see you cross the plains on horse and say, he has not the power to cast arcane magics.
What is that? What was that? That at the end it was completely different from all of the others. Oh, they have badgers. Badgers. Mushrooms. Maybe I can make a fan voice for text-to-speech? What do you mean? What do you mean? Rickety! Hi. Welcome. How are you? Thank you for being here. Titles on some of these.
Oh shit! Farting on my roommate's door. Ah.
Try to do some voice acting? Oh, okay. So like change up what you sound like enough for you to be like cool with your voice being on it. You doing pineapple?
Shit, farting on my roommate's door. Hop.
Imagine Moon Uwu voice. I know. Do it. Need to find the sus one.
Yeah. Oh. Goblins will see you light the caves with illumination magic and mock with he haveth not the coin to afford a torch.
I cannot. He runs all the way across. He ran all the way across the screen, chat. Did you see him? Oh, Christ. Okay. I wonder if this is better than the other.
This is a sample of what my voice sounds like. I am not real. Are you real?
I don't feel like that was a very good Saul Goodman text-to-speech. Maybe I'm not correct on that, but I forgot the non-Uwu Moon voice as Moon is too cute. That is a fair point.
Bees does not have the coin for the torch. Well, I say coin for all the torches. Also, I should totally play that new Security Breach DLC. Nod.
I've never played any of the Five Nights games.
Do I look like I know what a JPEG is? I just want a picture of a goddamn hot dog.
It's not. It should be the version that gets more pixelated as he's talking. I'm so disappointed. I'm so disappointed that that's not what that is. Who played that one? Who did it? God dang hot dog. Give me pictures of spot. Wait, man, why did you redeem that one? Oh, what? So anyways, this is Tangia. I don't know how you pronounce it. There's still a lot more that I can do with this. Man from Arlington can't understand what pictures newer than Polaroid. Yeah, true.
Give me pictures of Spider-Man.
Hello?
And I'd like you to get the out of here. Get out of here.
But yeah, if you have streamers in mind that I'm friends with that you think would be fun to have as a redeem here, like I already know that I'm gonna ask Continuo, which I don't know as they're done streaming. Child looked like it was melting, right? Does it work with a Linky that shows all this stuff?
Wasps will see you gather pollen for the hive and say they haveth not the strength to consume through violence.
What do you mean, man? He's done now, but he has to relax. Well, he should be relaxing by making me say absurd things in my stream. The thing, yeah, but what about it? Does it like work with a link that shows all the stuff? Yeah, so I'm looking through like a giant list of all the things. I can just redeem I can redeem whatever I want. That's not at all what I think of whenever I think of Womp Womp now. I can only think of Lily. Literally only think of I sent her a DM a while back about your energy drink collection, Anger, and and the fact that you're proudly displaying a product that I'm not sponsored by. She responded to it today, losing her shit. Anger has some energy drinks proudly
gaze
displayed.
upon your waspy feast and exclaim, help, we have a criminal.
Oh my fucking god. Oh. Yeah, but yeah, Anger has some of Lily's assets proudly displayed in his office. It's pretty fantastic. What is this?
Hello, how are you? I am under the water. Please help me. Here too much raining.
Please tell me that you're going to use that. Please tell me that you're going to use that at the office.
Oh dear, feet, my favorite.
Assets or assets. Yeah, assets. Yeah. I mean, gotta support the fam, right? All right, chat. I don't have a lot in me voice-wise tonight. My voice was better today, but I definitely felt it whenever I was getting done with stream last night. You're upset? Why are you upset, Prude? Why are you upset? What's up? Also, hi. Thank you for being here. So we're gonna do something. We're gonna hang out. The cost of Keck Launcher is way too high. I'm sorry. Maybe we'll lower it again at some point. Maybe some Vampire Survivors. Maybe some React. I don't know. I feel like I missed a bunch of HoloLive announcements, but I don't really follow HoloLive, so it doesn't really impact me that much. Let's see. Jesus Christ. That dude that makes really tall cutouts of things already had one made of one of the HoloLive people. Rest well. Rest well, Moon. Thanks for coming to hang out for a bit. Yeah, I don't follow many Corpa tubers at all. Like, barely any. I just, every time a new gen launches or whatever, I see Twitter blow up about it. Duck made me happy. Now I sweep. I'm glad that Doug could make happy, especially after the stressful stuff. So, what are you bedging as well, Brainy? Let's see. No, okay. I don't follow. Oh, okay, it makes you EP. Okay, gotcha. Oh, I think I see Oppenheimer tomorrow. So no stream tomorrow. There is a stream on Friday, and I think I'm gonna be pretty good by Saturday. Oh boy, more stiff rigging and terrible mouth tracking. I don't think I'm allowed to say that. I feel like if that gets clipped and makes it onto Twitter, I'll be like actually hunted down. Oppenheimer I hate that so much, Brainy. I hate it so much. I really okay, but okay. I'm gonna show a picture. And now it's stuck in my head, Brainy. When will Hollow hire Twin for all of their VTubers, past and present? I think Twin has done some work for some of them, but not the ones that you're thinking of, I imagine. Or we're watching Talk to Me? What the fuck is Talk to Me? Alright, I gotta Google what the fuck Talk to Me is. Talk to Me. Bruh. I'm gonna go see Oppenheimer. Full overhaul. I mean, it would be amazing. They should. They hired her for Hollow Stars. Okay. YouTube people made a horror movie. Ought to see Oppenheimer. Y'all maybe see Barbie. Now I want to see Oppenheimer. Barbie was good though. Now I gotta remember what their name is though to show you. Remember girl outfit rigging? Who is it? How do I even describe them? I don't fucking watch them or know what they do. I just know that I saw their model and their rigging and I was just like, what is happening? Oh, I remember. Let's see. Where is that at? Where are we at? After you watch Oppenheimer, no spoilers, okay? Well, apparently I'm not seeing Oppenheimer tomorrow. Now I'm salty about it. But yeah, after I see it, I don't ever really like, I don't know. I don't really bring like the movies that I see here. I don't even really like giving my thoughts about movies because like, I don't want it to like impact how people see movies. You're going Friday? Nice. But yeah, like did anyone else Twisted Metal is tomorrow? Wait, Twisted Metal is also tomorrow? But yeah, I saw this model and the rigging and everything and was just like, what is happening? What is happening? It's wild. Like I wonder like I really wonder the budget for big corpa like models and rigging. Like especially after I don't know, like it's clear that they've been successful. It's clear that they've been successful, but like do they heavily invest in it these days, or is it still done on somewhat of a budget? I'm curious. It's one of those questions that'll never be answered, and like you know if you know, but like if you don't know, then you don't.
You're watching B's movie reviews. I just watched the Smash 2022 hit Moonfall. I give it a solid B.
Oh my god. All I know who that was from Holocure. Yeah, I never played Holocure. I don't know. Not to talk shit. Obviously, they're very successful and talented, but I always have wondered like why they're rigging like that though. But I guess some people like that style. I don't know. I fell down the VTuber rabbit hole with VTubers like Candy and Fofa and Twin and like I don't know, just like very, very expressive and like Lumi, very, very expressive and like not stiff models. So what are you question marking? My friend got super hard into one any VTuber and now he's actually parasocial. Oh god. Oh no. That's like for real, not a meme. He went from Hollow to Niji into one Twitch VTuber. Yeah. The VTuber concert meme was so on point, it's embarrassing. I wish Corpa fans could see what indies have. Yeah. Yeah. I feel attacked. It's cute, but he's aware of it. Oh, God. I don't know if that makes it better or worse. Like, I don't want to be too negative about it. Like genuinely, I don't want to be too negative about it because, like, you know, they're doing their thing and, you know, that's their thing to do. But it's certainly, for me personally, really, really stiff rigging like that is like an immersion breaking thing for me. I'll be negative about them for you. I appreciate that, Pruitt. Shaper, how are you, Shaper? Welcome. I mean, there are people who are much deeper into the parasocial. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I don't like. There's been somebody recently. They're not here, so I can talk about it, and I'm not going to name them by name. But there's been somebody recently that's been popping into Moon streams and saying shit that's just like, oh god, don't just stop. Oh, just stop. And it's like you don't know if it's like maybe like English is not like their strong suit or something, so they're wording some things just kind of weirdly, but then like they work like wheeze into things and like I don't know, it's just oof. I went over clips from this year for Moons. Oh god. How was that? I need to for real though, I really hope that I can get some more people on board with text to speech. One guy clipped her saying "Hey honey" meme, but titled it "Hey honey, really cute" or something. Who would clip Moon being cute? Who would do that? That's not. It's not. I would never do that. I know what you mean. That title, yeah. That title is ooh. But yeah, Rickety, did you hear my Texas speech? Did you hear the new Texas speech? For that matter, Prude, did you hear the Texas speech since you've been here? I feel like it hasn't gotten used recently. Oh no, you did. You heard the Bees movie reviews thing. Somebody redeem a Texas speech without the phone effect. Yeah. You've been hearing them. I love it. Yeah. I get why Moon's not like 100% on board with it, but I just need to not be lazy for once.
Nerdy existence says no.
So wrong Texas speech. Sad. Let's see. What's on YouTube? Oh, the UFO hearing was today.
This is a confession. I'm parasocial for an unnamed cat VTuber that just banned his whole audience.
Am I still banned over there? How long did we all get banned for? Does that mean I lost my VIP because I got banned? He unbanned everything? Okay. I don't see anything that crazy. I do want to do another like police chase stream or something. Just find some good police chase videos and hang out and watch those. I don't know. Apparently some crazy UFO stuff dropped today. Yeah, I also found a woodworking VTuber that I can't show you on stream. Shit's wild. On that note, I do have a spare microwave now, if it's the right part of Canada.
I can't believe it stretches that far back. Now to find tape that can withstand sweat and maintain adhesiveness to my skin for a full 8 hours.
Waffle Cat, welcome in. Welcome. Oh, a new Phasmophobia update? I want to play Phasmophobia soon. God, I need to do some more collabs. I need to do some more collabs, chat. Like, real bad. I feel like it's been ages since I've done a collab. Yeah, my recommended is just like garbage today. Oh my god, I need context? Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean you need context? You need context for what? What the hell is that? Oh, did y'all see the thing about the ESRB ratings too? For 7 hours? I am not explaining that. Optionally drunk VR Phasmo win. I haven't even tried regular VR Phasmo. Being drunk in VR, I don't know how that would work for me. I'm down to try it, but I feel like it would probably just end very terribly. Good news is I finished a project I've been working on at work today, so I feel like I'm gonna be a lot less like mind mushed whenever I get off work for the rest of this week. At least I hope so. Just open collab requests. Spam zap. Oh, thank you for the dicks. Yo, Valkyrie, hi. Thank you for being here. Barbie and the 12 Dancing Princesses collab. We can do better than that. We can do better than that. I'm just saying.
I did not know microfractures were a thing until I walked a mile in her shoes. Human ankles were not meant for 12-inch stiletto heels.
Halo mod with Barbie as the Spartans. Oh God. I had no idea that that was a thing. Literally no idea that that was a thing. I guess I missed the rest of jet lag. It's not, but I'll get it made. Please, please, please invest your time and effort into not that. Is it that much weirder than Thomas the Dovahkiin? Okay, I guess that's fair. Do I want to play? Do I want to play Vampire Survivors? Minecraft? Something completely random? Play Nikkei? Do y'all really want? Why? I don't feel like I'd be a good gacha streamer, chat. I don't feel like I would be a good gacha streamer. I support this decision. You want to play Halo or Fall Guys?
Every monkey asks where banana, but no monkey ever asks how banana.
Can't stay any more than 2.5 hours of sleep. I'm gonna wake up at 3 a.m. Yo, get some rest. I don't know why you're getting up at 3 a.m. Good luck with that. Rest well. Bambi, welcome. Bullgun. We could do more Bullgun. Or I guess we haven't done Bullgun. Which one is Bullgun? Oh, that's the Warhammer one. That's the Warhammer one. I can't see anyone being a gacha streamer without wailing irresponsibly. Yeah, but here's the problem is like I know I will wail irresponsibly if I actually get into any of those games. John, welcome. Skyrim mod that replaces the dragon with Hulk Hogan gives it an image of him somehow shaped like the dragon. Yeah, Skyrim mods are incredible. I want to wail irresponsibly. I don't need to wail irresponsibly. Who's got a good... I've never watched this YouTuber, but let's see what they have to say. Just gonna run around Genshin without spending money. I don't feel like I would not be able to do that. Like, I know that I wouldn't be able to do that. That's the problem. That is the problem. I know how this ends, and it's not good for my wallet. It's not good at all for my wallet.
It was perfect. Perfect. Everything, down to the last minute details.
Warhammer 40k fans have had it kind of rough lately with the ups and downs of recent release Darktide, and even before that Necromunda Hired Gun and Space Hulk Deathwing both had polarizing responses from gamers.
Okay.
And it's actually kind of surprising to think that we've never had a really solid run-and-gun first-person shooter set in the...
It ends with a C6 5-star waifu and bankruptcy. I don't need bankruptcy. I need to go party in Vegas. Listen, I'll be way more pleased with myself if I go bankrupt from partying in Vegas versus C6 5-star waifu.
40k universe, letting you run around and stomp in the skulls of heretics as an ultramarine armed with a bolter and chainsaw. Well, that's all about to change with the release of Warhammer 40k Bolt Gun, a throwback shooter,
Boy,
or
mate,
shooter,
Warhammer, ain't it?
Called, being developed by All Rock Digital and published
I have
by
not
Focus
Polkadog.
Entertainment.
Link it to
All
me.
I can say is that boomer shooters
Like,
are
DM
about
it
to
to
get
me.
yet another boost in popularity because Bolt Gun is just ridiculously awesome and some of the most fun I've had gaming yet in 2023.
Really?
Bolt Gun's just not a great game for 40k fans, it's a great game for fans of shooters in general. It perfectly encapsulates everything about what makes this subgenre of FPS games so much fun, and is probably the easiest recommendation I can make all year. Everyone should play this.
Okay.
The best way to sum the whole thing up is that it's like a first-person version of Space Marine from back in 2011. It's like someone took the raw power and carnage you had in that game and turned it into an entire FPS campaign. Which probably ain't the worst comparison to make either, because this thing is apparently some kind of a sequel, or at the very least set around the same time period. You're playing as an ultramarine sent
Why don't
to
you
the
play
planet
it?
of Graia to investigate possible chaos activity, only for the drop ship to crash and the rest of your squad getting killed. Turns out the whole planet is a hotbed of hostile forces, and in true old-school FPS fashion, you're taken on the role of the one-man army and have to get the job done all by your lonesome, with a servo skull as your only companion.
This servo skull will guide you.
It might annoy certain 40k fans that they can't swap out and play as any other Marine chapters or customize your weapons or any of that kind of stuff. Bolt Gun, however, isn't really trying to be that kind of game. Feels like it's doing its best to appeal to both casual and hardcore fans of the series.
That makes
But if
sense.
you're after a super lore-heavy experience, though, well, you're not going to find it here. And about all the story you get comes from these very 1990s-inspired intermission screens in between
I'm
each
cool
of
with
those
that.
chapters.
You'll have to move quickly if you're to get there before that infernal sorcerer.
Visually, I'm reminded of similar indie shooters like Proteus and Cultic with the graphics, having that chunky, pixelated aesthetic offset with this really appealing and unique art style.
On
Even
Dixward,
that
thank
intro to those
you.
intermission cinematics have a whole Star Wars Dark Forces thing going on, featuring hand-drawn and highly detailed sprites combined with minimal animation and full voice acting.
I have demons to purge.
At certain levels, you'll see the manifestation of the taint left behind by the forces of chaos as you navigate through these titanic, expansive industrial backdrops, long since put out of commission and now completely dilapidated. And I've just lost count of the amount of times I've stopped dead in my tracks and spent 30 seconds.
Yeah, this looks really good. I feel like watching the video of this, they've done a really good job of balancing like that the boomer shooter vibe with it clearly being modern. It's I feel like I'd have fun with this. How big is this game? It's $20.
Can't stop thinking about the people that first ate mushrooms. The trial and error required to determine that this one tastes like beef, that one killed Brainy instantly, and that one over there made my C 6 5-star waifu real for a week.
Oh shit. Yo, people would pay a premium for that mushroom, dude. Like a premium for that mushroom. Also, rip Brainy. Rip. We lost the real one. We lost the real one. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna get this. 488 also gifted me like a Steam gift card just randomly. Thank you. Thank you, 488. I don't think I'm going to use that for this, but I am going to go ahead and pick up this game. You also need to tell me what game you're wanting me to play in the future. The ones that kill them 3 days later were the real trial and error, right? Right? It's like, what else? Like, wait, how long? How many attempts did it take him to nail down? Oh, no. That was definitely the mushroom. Definitely the mushroom. We fucked up on that one. That was the mushroom. Our bad. We thought we had it figured out. We thought it was this other thing. Definitely the mushroom.
Seconds or so just admiring how gorgeous the whole thing looks. Not to mention the scale of some of these environments is just really vast. There's just so many cool looking locations to explore here. It really never does get old. And oh look, they even added your mum into the game as well.
Hey!
Wait a minute.
Plus the music is just amazing.
You know that Dove chocolate tastes way better than Dove soap.
Wow, that's I would not have assumed that. I guess I had to learn the hard way.
That was beautiful.
Enemies include various breeds of cultists. You've got the Chaos Space Marines, Terminators, Plague Toads, and Nurglings, along with blue and pink horrors, and yeah, not the kind between your mum's legs. Sadly, though, there's no Gene Stealers or Orcs. I don't know, maybe that's in Bolt Gun 2.
Get off my ship, Space Marine!
I love that little guy.
Despite wearing heavy power armor, I often forget how nimble these Space Marines really are. And in true old-school shooter fashion, you can zip around the place pretty quickly, which is kinda handy because there's always going to be a couple of dozen enemies to deal with at any one time. Land on the ground from like a high enough vantage point and you'll even do shockwave damage, pulverizing whatever's beneath you. You can charge into enemies to knock them back or just outright kill them, which is always fun. And then power-ups like the Aura of Doom and the Assault Doctrine are more or less just like berserk packs. So they've really nailed that feeling of playing as a fully kitted out Space Marine. There's like a definite lack of damage feedback though, and by that I mean it's just not very well communicated to the player when you're taking loads of damage. Like this bit here, for instance. I take a hit from this enemy and lose 130 health points in a single hit. But if you weren't looking at the HUD, well, you'd hardly know it. And now compare this to Doom, for instance. Taking a load of buckshot from like a shotgun sergeant. The entire screen goes red, you get knocked back, and without even having looked at the status bar, you know that your character definitely took a big hit. I guess it's a bit of a minor complaint, but it's something that becomes more noticeable when you're up against a bunch of enemies because
gonna
you
get me
don't
killed
really
a lot.
notice how much damage you're actually taking.
Holy shit!
Thankfully, though, you've got an absolutely devastating arsenal here to send all these heretics back to hell, along with your most important weapon, your sharp wit. I mean, yeah, son, press that taunt button at any time to let out like
Whoa,
a
it's already ready.
barrage of words, which are more damaging than catching bolter rounds to the face.
The Emperor's hand will touch you, and you will not survive!
Well, not quite, but hey, they are pretty cool.
Wait with fear.
There's just so many of these as well, then some of them are pretty damn rad. One of them even makes a reference to Captain Titus. And another one seems like a reference to the opening of Blood.
Chad, I know like almost nothing about Warhammer lore. I'm sorry.
I live again. As for the weapons, well, you start
It's always
with the
seemed
chainsaw,
super
but
cool.
this
I've just
thing
never
can
really
still
gotten
be
into
pretty
it.
useful. Able to dish out a lock-on melee attack that finishes the weaker enemies off in a single hit, but can also do some nice damage to bigger units if you mash that attack button over and over. Bit of a shame though that you don't get any other melee weapon like the Thunder Hammer or the Power Sword, but it's not really as much about melee here as it is shooting.
Chaos, sin, and humanity is coming.
Speaking
Okay.
of which, before too long, you come across the Bolter, which any self-respecting Space Marine should have in his arsenal. And it really is one of the most iconic weapons in their entire roster. Even though that Bolter is really one of the most basic weapons in the grand scheme of things, it's still effective throughout almost the entire campaign. And to keep it...
My friend tried to explain Warhammer 40k lore to me once, and I was horrendously confused. If we got 4 hours, I'm sure we can find someone to give you just the basics. Oh, God. I don't trust AI. Abominable intelligence. Oh, God.
But interesting, you'll find magazine upgrades hidden throughout the levels, like Dragonfire bolts, Vengeance rounds, and those armor-piercing Kraken rounds. All ammunition types from the tabletop stuff, which have been effortlessly carried across into the game and integrated into the shooting. And they're just really fun to use here.
Sounds like we need
encouraging
Berkey.
restraint, and not just firing full auto and hoping for the best. I don't know, I just respect the fact that the Bolter's a weapon that's more or less able to completely turn a basic human into mist after a couple of hits. And it just makes you appreciate that raw firepower you get from explosive rounds connecting with soft tissue. That porous side of the weaker enemy
gun
getting
looks
jibbed
fun to
after
use.
just a couple of hits, it really never does get old. Anyway, after that you'll find the shotgun, and really what kind of FPS would it be without one? Though it is kind of throwing me off a little bit how this thing is bound to number 2 on the keyboard instead of 3. Real ones will know what I'm talking about there. Either way though, this thing slaps pretty damn hard, and it has the kind of sound effect you'd really want and expect to hear.
Is Bricky like a creator?
Fans of shooters will also be happy to know that you can swap out the shotgun right after firing it, to skip over that reload animation. And this becomes really useful early on, as along with the bolt gun, it's the only weapon you've got.
We had an 8 to 10 hour bus ride. I was completely lost at about 2 hours, and they decided to take mercy on me. If human, all praise the Emperor. Oh, we could just do a Warhammer, like, we could do a Warhammer stream, like, not even like playing the game, but just like, y'all could suggest some good Warhammer videos for me to watch and get educated on, and we could like jump into the universe and then play Boltgun, which has like a very weak story apparently. So all of that knowledge will be basically pointless, but it'll be cool.
Later on, as sort of an upgrade to the shotgun, you'll get the melter gun. Now look, I know it's not technically a shotgun, but it really does more or less function like one if you stop to think about it. Firing out this powerful short-range blast in a wide arc. Only instead of it shooting out a bunch of pellets like a standard shotgun shell, it's a heat blast somewhere in the tens of thousands of centigrade. And it's like literally shooting someone with the force of a sun.
That looks cool. Holy shit.
And I guess just for basic balancing, and also to not completely unravel the space-time continuum, ammo for this thing is kind of limited, because otherwise you'd single-handedly be able to wipe out the entire Chaos threat. In the third slot is the plasma gun, and this is probably one of the weaker weapons, not because it's not
PD had you you're able to understand? Okay.
Truth, but because you can't swap out of this thing after firing. Because for some reason, after you've fired off a shot, you're locked into the weapon until the recharging animation is complete. And I don't know if this was like a deliberate design choice or just an oversight, but either way it makes the weapon kinda limited, because it means you can't swap to another weapon to maximize your damage output. After that, you've got the heavy bolter, which is like a heavier version of the bolter. Yeah, no shit. And this thing is so massive that your character's basically lugging it around the entire time. Kind of makes me feel like I'm playing as Jesse Ventura in Predator, carrying around old Painless. The heavy bolter takes up like half the goddamn screen, and the shell casings are about as big as beer cans. And when
Yeah, it looks like it.
Positively got to execute every motherfucker in the room, except no substitute.
The bolter and the heavy
Sound
bolter
this
look
thing
really
makes is
satisfying
so
to
loud
use.
and awesome that if you hooked up a subwoofer to the bottom of your chair, firing this thing would actually massage your prostate. Yeah, it's that good.
All right.
I like that.
Now, in the 5th slot is the Vengeance Launcher, a weapon which is being carried across from Space Marine. And this is a grenade launcher that fires sticky grenades, which attach to enemies and then explode a couple of seconds later for massive damage. You've also got more basic throwable grenades, which do a lot of damage, but the cap for these is really low for some reason. Only able to hold like 1 or 2 at a time. In the case of those world-breaking vortex grenades, you'll only find them in secret areas. That one does kind of make sense though, because throw out one of these things and you'll even notice how it easily kills some of the mini-bosses. Then finally you've got the Volkite Caliber, did I say that right? And the Grav Gun. Both of which are more or less the same, firing out like a constant stream of energy like a laser that does sustained damage. You don't get the Grav Gun until I think it's like the 3rd chapter, and then even then, ammo for this thing is pretty rare. So you want to save this thing for the tougher enemies, but the Caliber is a really handy and useful weapon all round, which visually kind of reminds me a lot of the Plasma Gun from Doom. Now, each weapon and enemy type has a strength level, and although it's not fully explained in the game, I think the way it works is that if you match the strength level of a weapon to an enemy, it means you'll be doing a lot more damage. So if an enemy is level 5, you want to use weapons with a rating of 5 or higher, because those weapons are going to do more damage. And then you can find machine spirits on each level, which are going to boost a weapon's power even more. Power up. Which does sound like it makes sense, but it seems like a needlessly confusing way to just explain how the basic combat works. So yeah, obviously the heavy bolter is going to do more damage than the normal bolter. In the same way the chain gun in Doom does more damage than the pistol. It's like, no shit, better weapons do more damage than weaker ones. Just kind of like it's putting a number on what should just be common sense. And you just shoot enemies with whatever weapon you've currently got. Most of the time, this thing plays as a run-and-gun shooter. That being that you navigate the environment, you find keys to get through locked doors, and then kill whatever gets in your way. There's even often a fair bit of verticality to these levels, with jump packs appearing in certain areas, but only as more or less just preset jump pads.
Okay.
But then at other times, you're more or less just locked into the one area, where you've then got to purge all the enemies before moving on, more or less turning it into an arena shooter. Yeah, I said it. And honestly, I found that these areas often weren't as good, only because the game kind of lacks a lot of those features that makes arena shooters work so well. Mostly being things like a dash move, or just the ability to really move across the space quickly. So how fun these sequences are is absolutely dependent on how well that arena's been designed. And some of them are definitely lacking and just feel less enjoyable to play through than the others. Plus, it also just depends on the kind of enemies that you're having to deal with.
Fair.
And by far the most annoying enemies are these so-called champions. Now, these are Chaos Marines that run right up to you for some really damaging melee attacks. And there's a chance that after they're killed, they'll get back up again and go into some sort of rage mode, making them even more dangerous. In a game where you've really got no fast way to get the fuck away from something, these guys are the cream of the crop when it comes to being a pain in your armored ass.
Well, I can't wait to get pissed off at those things.
Blade toads to just be really fucking irritating, and the toughest variants really just do take like an entire stockpile of ammunition to put down. Plus, there's just something kind of annoying about fighting toads in video games. I always get PTSD thinking about that opening level in Daikatana, and when you're locked into a small arena and have like a dozen of these things to wipe out, it just kind of feels like intergalactic pest control.
So chat, I mean, it sounds like the majority of chat is like way more up to speed on Warhammer lore than I am. Like, obviously not everyone, but I guess just like a lot of people at some point have gotten somewhat into Warhammer.
The other thing I had an issue with is the pacing of the campaign, especially for those earlier chapters. You get the first 4 weapons, the bolt gun, shotgun, plasma gun, and the heavy bolter.
You're uncultured? Okay. I mean, I can take that L.
Within maybe like the first 45 minutes.
I can accept
that. Then it's not
that.
like another 2 or so hours after that when you finally get the Vengeance Launcher. And that 2-hour-long interval is very tedious, with lots of spongy enemies like the
vague awareness.
To contend with. Then
I feel like I have a vague awareness.
Then once things really start to ramp up, the first chapter comes to an end and they take all your weapons away. And then the same thing happens again in the second chapter. Like right when things are starting to kick off and you've got an entire armory in your back pocket, all of your weapons are again taken away. And look, I understand why they've done this, believe me. No one gets what they're going for here more than I do. They're most likely trying to replicate those old FPS games back in the 90s, where your weapons would get reset at the end of each chapter. I mean, games like Doom, Quake, and Duke Nukem all did this. But that was because in those games, with the end of each chapter, you were often sent to an entirely different area. Not to mention that it fit in with the whole episodic business model that a lot of those older games used to have. Here, though, it kind of seems like a needlessly archaic feature, and all it really does is kill the pacing of the campaign. Because chances are, most people playing this are going to get through it in a couple of sittings. You know,
okay, so nerdy, you're with me.
That deliberate kick in the balls, it just kind of removes how fun the whole experience really could have been from start
We're going to
to
get
finish.
edumacated together, nerdy.
There is also a definite sense of repetition in the combat, not in the way that you'll see the same few enemy types over and over. I mean, there's
yeah, but I mean,
but
what do you
more in the way that
expect?
the game reuses some of these tougher mini-boss encounters, which really starts to get a
Gonna
bit
learn
tiring.
today.
So, for instance, early on, you'll fight a Lord of Change. Now, these are giant chaos demons that teleport all over the place and have a line of sight attack that does massive damage. And the first encounter against one of these guys could have served as the end chapter boss. And you're not only having to deal with this guy, but also a constant influx of other enemies that keep spawning in. Now, ignoring just how fucking annoying it is when boss fights rely on spawning in other enemies, consider just how insanely spongy the Lord of Change is to begin with. So, having to essentially replay this fight, you know, the 3 or 4 times you have to do it for the rest of the campaign, it doesn't make it any less tiresome. The end chapter boss is always a Chaos Sorcerer, and it is always
Most
the
weapons
same
are worth
cycle
more than
of
the
just trying to
user.
stay away
People are
from the
cheap
guy,
in
whilst
40k.
avoiding
Ah.
all the other inconsequential enemies that the game is constantly spawning in, whilst you're trying to whittle away the massive health bar of the boss itself.
Bullet
Vortex grenades
sponges!
can offer up a quick and easy solution to dealing with these kinds of enemies, you know, assuming you've got one. But there's never really anything that evolves about any of these fights. The only change is that each time you're back in that same spot, you've got better weapons. The strategy is just like taking on the Cyber Demon in Doom. Know what I mean? Shoot at it till it dies. I think the only other criticism I'd make for Bolt Gun is the difficulty or the often lack thereof. Yeah, man, Bolt Gun is a pretty damn easy game, at least early on.
No worries,
To the point that
John.
It's just often laughable. The so-called secret areas are really just out in the open, and enemies are always really easy to deal with, often just standing in one place and shooting at you. Later levels definitely dial things up, especially in the last chapter, by throwing dozens of enemies at you at once, but it's still quite an easy game, especially by boomer shooter standards.
I think I'll stop this video here. We're almost at the end of it, but I'm going to form my own opinions beyond this point. I mean, I'm sold on it, obviously. I bought it. Let's check out this video.
Someone who doesn't necessarily serve the Omnissiah, but someone who can appreciate them. You will not be getting my legs today, as I will be replacing them with various things depending on which faction we are currently talking about to add a little bit more context and possible comedy to whatever the hell I am currently doing. So, hello everybody, my name is Bricky.
Bricky,
and this is
okay.
going to be
Hi,
a
Bricky.
long video and a large project that has been going on for quite some time. This is... I need 2 hands for this.
All right, we're jumping in, Chad.
Every single Warhammer 40k race in kind of a nutshell, explained, a little bit of explanation, a little bit of lore, a little bit of talking about the tabletop, but mostly lore, what they're all about, and also a little bit of background for those of you who just have no clue what Warhammer 40,000 is. Now you see, Warhammer and Warhammer 40,000 is a universe people hear plenty of, but don't know a whole lot about. They see, oh, there's these dudes in big power armor with chainsaw swords, and they got these big old green orcs, and there's some bugs over there, and everyone calls these guys weebs. And then there's these spiky bitches over here, and I don't get it. I don't understand. Where do I start? Well, this video is particularly for you, or for those of you who have a little bit of knowledge, but you're kind of curious about each of the different races and factions in Warhammer. So overall, the Warhammer universe is vast when it comes to lore and background, and each different faction is so different with the things that they believe in, and some are human, some are transhuman, like where they all have all these crazy ass electronics on them. You've got aliens and you've got the chaos factions, and there's so much to entail that I decided to embark on this project to tell you what each and every single one of them is about, and what the Warhammer universe is about as well, to give at least a little bit of an intro to this extremely bloated but very, very enjoyable world that I and many others partake in. So, I will be explaining every single faction in the Warhammer 40k universe, at least all the factions you can play as, and some smaller factions here and there. I will not be discussing absolutely everything in it because that is a little bit much, and I'm not going to go too mega deep into the lore. I'm going to give you a pretty solid overview of each of the different factions and have you learn a little bit about them, and we'll discuss a little bit of the tabletop as well in case you were curious.
One of those was just the fleur-de-lis.
This episode entirely.
One of those insignias was literally just a fleur-de-lis. Worshipping Slanesh, House Scandalous. Oh my. Like how Papa Nurgle loves you. That's why it gives you his loving plagues. Oh. Soon I'll understand.
We are discussing the Imperium of Man because that takes up a fat chunk of Warhammer lore. Oh, boo-hoo. What is Warhammer 40,000? Well, the 40,000 starts off is the year 40,000, the 41st millennium. That's where it takes place, is in the year 40,000, 41,000 AD. You're already more knowledgeable. Let me read you a quote, first of many quotes in this video. It is the 41st millennium. For more than 100 years, the Emperor has sat immobile on the golden throne of Earth. He is the master of mankind by the will of the gods, and master of 1,000,000 worlds by the might of his inexhaustible armies. He is a rotting carcass, writhing invisibly with power from the dark age of technology. He is the carrion lord of the Imperium, for whom 1,000 souls are sacrificed every day so that he may never truly die. To be a man in such times is to be amongst untold billions. It is to live in the cruelest and most bloody regime imaginable. These are the tales of those times. Forget the power of technology and science, for so much has been forgotten, never to be relearned. Forget the promise of progress and understanding, for in the grim, dark future, there is only war. There is no peace amongst the stars, only an eternity of carnage and slaughter and the laughter of thirsting gods. Everything blows. And it blows fucking hard. Warhammer is probably the most dark and depressing universe.
Oh my god. I was not I mean, I knew it was going to be metal, but like, Jesus. Just like me.
Ever in fiction, or at least like top 3. Everything is so absurdly horrible, destructive, or overpowered that it all kind of ends up canceling itself out. It's like Dota. War rages across the galaxy. Interstellar travel is only possible due to sacrificing 1,000 souls a day to a rotting carcass of a man who you believe to be your god. Demonic gods and just demons tear open the fabric of reality on a whim. Other Xenos or even other humans end up killing each other in untold billions across the galaxy. It is a time of unending war, slaughter, and a bloodbath amongst everybody. Planets are deemed unrecoverable and are completely destroyed on a whim. Everything sucks, but that's like the charm of it. See, everything in Warhammer is evil. But being evil is kind of fun. Like, humanity, in its own right, is a xenophobic, prejudice, and religious zealot group that kill each other just as much as they kill all of their enemies. And they're like mid to high tier evil on the evil scale of Warhammer. Nobody is good. No matter who you are, everyone is
just like
some
America.
Flavor,
Wow.
some color of evil. Whoever you pick, you are going to be the bad guy. But that's the fun of it, because being the bad guy is badass. Villains are cool. They look cool, they got cool outfits, they got cool weapons, they got cool armies. Villains are cool, man. And when everyone is a villain, everyone is pretty cool. That's what makes this so charming, is that everyone can be the bad guy. So let's start off talking about the main bad guy, quote unquote, The Imperium of Man.
It's hair, whack. It's gear, whack.
The Imperium of Man is the main empire of the human race. All of humanity is under this one flag called the Imperium. And about 10,000 years ago, there was a man.
And there's no people that have like broken off from that? Surely.
He was the emperor of mankind, a 10-foot-tall psychic demigod who led humanity across the stars to colonize tons and tons of worlds, create superhuman soldiers, and really bring humanity into a new age. This man, the emperor of mankind, was a psyker. A psyker is like a magician of sorts. In the world of 40K, there is the warp, the immaterium, kind of like hell, but sort of like a purgatory dimension of hell. And a psyker is someone who can take that power and manifest it through their mind to use it to do stuff, like witchcraft stuff, magician stuff, spells, and lots of other things, but we don't want to get too into that. The emperor, big boy psyker. Top tier, A+, maybe even S. Now, the Emperor created a bunch of sons. Created a bunch of sons known as the Primarchs. He created 18 Primarchs to have them lead all of the different legions of humanity to the different stars and planets to help colonize and bring it out. These Primarchs are basically like little versions of the Emperor. Not all of them are psychers, but a lot of them are very, very powerful, and they lead his special Space Marine legions. Then this big clusterfuck happened called the Horus Heresy, where the Emperor's favorite son, the Primarch, Horus, ended up joining Chaos and leading 9 of the 18, half of his Primarchs directly to Earth to fight down the Emperor himself. Now, if you want to know what Chaos is, remember what I mentioned earlier, the warp, that immaterium, the hellish place? In there relies the 4 Chaos gods. Imagine like Satan and 3 other Satans. The warp being kind of evil, those Chaos gods, that's the reason. And so those Chaos gods manipulated Horus, and then Horus helped manipulate all 8 other Primarchs to lead this giant coup directly on the Emperor on Earth. And they fucked up shit. After this huge civil war, Horus died, but not before brutally wounding the Emperor, and right at the end of his life, they put the Emperor on this large golden throne on Earth, in which he is now alive, just barely, but slowly rotting away, powering something called the Astronomicon, so long as he stays alive, and is fed 1,000 people a day. The Astronomicon is like the North Star. If you want to do interstellar travel in 40K, you need to pass through that demonic warp I mentioned earlier. But how do you know where you're going? Well, the Emperor is there putting a nice little navigator right there. He helps navigate you to know where you're going.
How are they
if you want to go from Earth to some crazy solar system across the way, you need to go through that warp, and then you need to know where you're going, go through there, and pop your way out. It's like doing nether travel in Minecraft, so you can shorten the distance between going to areas.
The
so long as the Emperor is alive and being fed 1,000 people a day to stay alive, you can do that. The moment he dies, interstellar travel's gone for all of humanity. You're so boned. Now, since the Horus Heresy 10,000 years ago, the Imperium has fallen from grace substantially. All technology has started to dwindle and die. There is now giant fundamental religious extremists that now believe the Emperor of Mankind was a deity, a true living god, which is probably the last thing the Emperor would have wanted to be remembered for. So now you have this thing called the Ecclesiarchy, which is this giant church entirely devoted to spreading the good word of the Emperor. He is now the Holy Emperor God, the God Emperor of mankind. And all of the Imperium has taken up worshiping him to the fullest extent and killing anything that isn't humanity in his name. The Imperium has this
seems reasonable
Gothic tone to it and a hefty religious zealotry to them. If you think anything against the Emperor, that's heresy and you deserve to die. That is called being a heretic. Heretics die in 40K. There is no such thing as freedom of religion. There is no such thing as freedom of speech, so long as you are against the Emperor. There is no such thing as any kind of tolerance. Everyone is a religious zealot. Some more than others, but no matter what, you're preaching that good word. So right now, everyone in humanity is trying to expand
It's
their
like Twitter.
empire across the stars. If you are a heretic, someone who doesn't believe in the Emperor, you are deserving of death. If you believe in the Chaos Gods, you are also a heretic and you deserve death. If you are an alien race of any kind, you are a filthy Xenos and you deserve death as well.
Death, of course. Yeah,
so
yeah.
long as the murder continues and humanity expands, the Imperium of Man is very, very happy. However, the largest fighting force of this Imperium is my personal favorite faction, and the first faction we will discuss, the Astra Militarum, or also known as the Imperial Guard.
Pretty shit now, man. You finished? That's it, man. Game over, man.
The Imperial Guard is the main fighting force of the Imperium, and in a world of horrifying creatures, galactic monstrosities, the literal demons themselves breaking through the fabric of time to kill you,
They don't give a fuck.
The Imperial Guard are untold billions of regular men and women wearing modern day like flak armor with a laser rifle. This is the Humber las gun.
Holy shit.
The main weapon of the Imperial Guard. It fires superheated plasma.
Adge, we can pause for a second. Yeah, that's wild. I guess I didn't realize that there were just like a shitload of regular humans. But I mean, I guess that makes sense. They're literally just out there with laser rifles. Yeah, so I assume that goes really well for them on a regular basis. Probably not a high death rate at all being in this faction. It's gotta be a pretty stable job. Jesus. I feel like we haven't even really, like, we've basically just set the stage, and that's already pretty wild. And it's already pretty metal. If you try to run, you get shot into in the back by your supervisor, your superior. Drowning your opponents is very effective, yeah.
Lasers at an extremely fast fire rate. It is reliable, never jams. It can blow off limbs, giant holes in concrete. It is overall an extremely devastating weapon in modern day. It is one of the weakest in the 40K universe. Yeah, a laser rifle that never jams, it could blow off limbs, one of the weakest weapons. That's the world we're in right now. But who cares? Because the Imperial Guard has, in each battle, 500,000 of these men and women, 30,000 large armored tanks, 10,000 artillery batteries. The Imperial Guard wins through sheer numbers and firepower. They kind of have this World War I, World War II style aesthetic with legions of guardsmen as well as high company commanders and generals on the field along with them, and
Friendly
multiple
commissar.
kinds of troops. A normal Imperial Guard battle starts off with artillery, long lines of artillery, cracking the crust of the planet underneath the enemy's feet. And as this barrage continues, hundreds of thousands of guardsmen, a sea of guardsmen surges forward, firing and charging at everything possible while the planet rumbles as tanks roll up behind them. Gunships block out the sun and tanks block out the dirt with the steps and hoofprints of millions of guardsmen. It is through numbers and sheer sundering firepower. They are the first and last line of defense for the Imperium and make up a huge bulk of the battles. The Imperial Guard is also made up of tons of different kinds of regiments. The Catachin jungle fighters live in a death world that's more hospitable than almost any firefight they'll ever get into. So they just have this steroid-looking, giant knife, Rambo Predator-looking sons of bitches where nothing is anywhere near as scary as a simple knight on their home planet. You have the Valhallan Winter Soldiers who haven't felt their toes in 300 years, the Mordian Iron Guard who are more interested in making their shoes shine than actually fighting a battle, and then of course the big one, the Cadians from Cadia. The biggest export of guardsmen in the entirety of the Imperium. You will fire your first gun at 5. You will disassemble and reassemble it at 10. You will have pounding artillery drills day in and day out at 15. And you'll fight your first Swarm Lord at 16. And if you mention Cadia, you will burst into an unrelenting amount of tears and sadness like I do daily. To quote, I have at my command an entire battle group of the Imperial Guard, 50 regiments including specialized drop troops, stealthers, mechanized formations, armored companies, combat engineers, and mobile artillery. Over 500,000 fighting men and 30,000 tanks and artillery pieces are mine to command.
Whoa.
Emperor, show mercy to the
Akame! Welcome, how are you?
I shall not. The Imperial
Welcome.
Guard are my
Thank you for
personal
being here.
favorite faction.
Get a shout out for Akame.
They're the army I collect the most, the ones I enjoy playing the most, and the one I enjoy.
The planet will break before the garrison does. Yes. Thank you for shouting out Akame.
Enjoy in the lore sense a lot. There's something about just a regular man with a laser rifle.
Sorry, my voice is still a little bit. Yeah, no, it's all good. My voice is still a little bit scuffed, so we're doing some React content, and I'm getting educated on Warhammer 40K. But yeah, good to see you.
Being told to charge the horrors of this universe and willingly doing so for his god emperor. It's just poetic. They actually represent the main Imperial Guard tactics pretty well. Large amounts of artillery that doesn't require a line of sight, lots of tanks, tons of infantry, drop troops, and gunships. Overall, they're pretty similar to how they sound, though a little bit expensive to collect, unfortunately. And they don't hit a lot. They have a bit of a bad
Not with a 3D printer.
aim, but you don't really care because you're just drowning them in shots. However, if you want more accurate fire and specialization, we can move on to talk about Space Marines. The Angels of Death are up next. Space Marines are genetically engineered super soldiers.
I love that they pull the StarCraft sound effect from that. I mean, I don't know. It's not like, I guess, a Space Marine is that wild of a concept, but I'm pretty sure that it's like verified that a lot of that was lifted from Warhammer, right? To be used in StarCraft. Like that was a thing, right?
Soldiers and superhumans. They're given extra organs, their skin tissue is toughened, their bones are stronger, they're taller than the average person. They're pretty massive people, and these are the specialized super soldiers that carry out a lot of the more specific tasks for the Imperium, and there's tons of legions of them. In fact, there's one per Primarch.
Zerg are just
Primarch,
Tyranids?
the Emperor's son, as I mentioned
Interesting.
before, oversees their legion of Space Marines. The genetic upgrade they get is based on the genes of said Primarch. It's something called a gene seed. That's what brings them up to this like superhuman level. As stated, each Primarch has their own legion. Robot Girly Man has the Ultramarines. Jagatai Khan has the White Scars. Rogel Dorn has the Imperial Fists. Corvus Corax has the Raven Guard. And there's a whole bunch of other side sections that are
Raven Guard
also
seems sick.
extremely interesting and have a little bit more of a twist on the average
Imperial
Space Marines, which we'll
Fists.
discuss in a bit. Humorously enough, I don't have a
my.
whole lot to say about Space Marines. They're superhumanly fast. In fact, it's been said that nothing that large should move that quick. These men in power armor moving at blazing fast speeds. Their reflexes are faster. Their skin is tougher. They are overall just extremely powerful soldiers. In fact, where they differ comes down to which Space Marine Legion we're talking about. For instance,
That's cool,
the
though. I didn't know that's how that worked.
Are the main blue boys, strong in almost every way, the jack of all trades kind of group that are a little bit too strong, and that's a lore problem, but the White Scars by Jagatai Khan are all about speed freaks, go fast. We're talking attack bikes, we're talking land speeders. You want to go in quick, you want to hit them hard, you want them to be swarming around like buzzflies, buzzsaws, with the speed of buzzsaws.
I mean,
fuck you, Pale King. Salamanders love fire. Fire in the forge, fire in battle. Flamers, melta-guns, multi-meltas. Just so long as something can be burning, that's big. And they're also actually some of the nicest of the Space Marines. A lot of Space Marines have this kind of like holier-than-thou thing because of their genetic strength. However, the Salamanders tend to put human lives above the lives of themselves, which is actually rather rare. They're also all black, but not like just regular black, like 2 a.m. line at a White Castle. Black. Like they have a charcoal, dark, ashy exterior and blazing red eyes. Apparently something about living on their home planet of Nocturne, which I don't know if that makes much sense, but who cares? This is like fantasy land anyway. Overall, salamanders are actually one of my personal favorite legions because they're just really cool. They're fun to play as because of all their flamer weapons, and they have a nice, like, more heartwarming lore as opposed to being super evil like everyone else is. Oh my god, we're not even a quarter of the way through the Space Marine Legions. Imperial Fists believe in the power of the siege and defensive positions. Raven Guards, master of stealth and sabotage while having bird helmets. Iron Hands,
bird
masters of
helmets,
machines and vehicles
sick,
while being really goddamn good at being sold on eBay after one nerf. Space Wolves, Vikings and wolves and tons of wolves and axes, battle axes,
flame waffin, right?
Everywhere. Space Wolves,
super
angry,
heartwarming.
big teeth,
big
blood
teeth.
angels, the genetic defect to make them want to drink blood and go crazy called the Red Thirst. They have Cupid wings and stuff, which is a little bit strange, and they are all super gay for Sanguinius. Dark Angels are...
How does the drinking blood help? How does that? All right.
Old school knights and inner circle theme and...
Are you a heretic?
Me? No, never. Once in a blue moon, I know.
Death Watch, a fancy anti-Xenos group that nobody plays because Death Watch, and they look cool though, but no one plays them. I don't know about Death Watch. They're there though. Black Templars, for the people who, if you haven't prayed at least 3 times a day, you're gonna start praying out that airlock. And I'm sure there's some other chapters I may have missed as well, like Crimson Fists and stuff. But those are the main ones right here. Here. Quote from the Emperor himself. They shall be my finest warriors, these men who give of themselves to me. Like clay I shall mold them, and in the furnace of war I shall forge them. They shall be of iron will and steely sinew. In great armor I shall clad them, with the mightiest weapons shall they be armed. They will be untouched by plague or disease, no sickness shall blight them. They shall have such tactics, strategies, and machines that no foe will best them in battle. They are my bulwark against the terror. They are my defenders of humanity. They are my space marines, and they shall know no fear. And on the tabletop, they fuck. Oh, they fuck hard. As of making this video, Space Marines are laughably strong. That might change at some point, but overall, Space Marines just have it's like a Swiss Army knife, a tool for anything you need, except it's like a gold-plated Swiss Army knife. It is extremely strong. If you are actually getting into the tabletop of Warhammer, Space Marines are a great start. Also, whatever gameplay style you have, whether you want to be sit back with long range and heavy weaponry, go fast and run in, or even just full melee, all of these options are totally there for you. Space Marines are super badass.
How many figures are there? Like, how many officially licensed figures are there that you could possibly buy? Like, there's so fucking much. Like, like, he's basically just like saying the name of the factions and giving less than like a sentence of like, Big Fangs punches people, and like that's all we're getting. Like, I'm sure that there's like a dozen figures for that faction of Space Marine or something. Your wallet can't handle it. Oh, it can't. Countless. Jesus. But
unfortunately, it's time we start praying to our new god, the 2011 Honda Civic.
So is it any wonder people are afraid of technology?
Technology! The Adeptus Mechanicus.
Okay.
The Adeptus Mechanicus are a technophile cult on Mars. Now, these people are a little bit weird because they don't actually really believe in the Emperor of Mankind. And you might think, oh, whoa, Berkey,
heretics
that sounds
then, right?
like some heresy. A little bit. They believe in the Emperor, they believe in his power, but they don't pray to him. They pray to something called the Omnissiah. And the Omnissiah is this kind of machine god that they believe permeates in all machines. And if you think, well, wait a minute, they believe in a different god as well? That sounds like super heresy. Well, yes-ish, but they also make all your guns, and they make all your tanks.
Okay.
And they make everything that you have. So you can't really tell them to fuck off because you're not gonna win nothing if you don't got stuff to shoot people with. See, their Omnissiah at least makes sense from their standpoint. They believe it to be a deity that permeates through all machines. Your Honda Civic, your standard bolt gun, your Dune Strider Walker, your giant mechs, your huge ships. The Omnissiah is present through all. And the only reason your stuff works is because the machine's spirit in it says it works. If you want your gun to work, your tank to run, you must pray to it. And I mean full stop. You need to start chanting in high Gothic. You need to burn incense. You need to sit on your knees and pray to that car. You need to rub oil on your robes, and you need to go ahomina, homina, 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 homina. Full stop. If you want your damn thing to work, if you want your gun to fire, you need to do that. They are very bizarre, and they actually have a bit of a point because it's obviously working. And if you look at them, I don't know how that works. So they obviously know something about what they're doing. The most notable member of the Adeptus Mechanicus is Archmagos, whatever, Belisarius Call. Look at this dude. Look at this dude.
Look at this dude.
This is the group we're talking about. These are these weirdos. Here, the Omnissiah Creed. The credo, Omnissiah. There is no truth in flesh, only betrayal. There is no strength in flesh, only weakness. There is no constancy in flesh, only decay. There is no certainty in flesh, but death. Flesh is weakness, flesh is death. The Omnissiah is the god of the machines, and if you wish to be whole, if you wish to be holy, if you wish to give unto him, you must saw down your limbs and remove your organs and replace them with mechanical parts, because that is what he wants, and that is how you will become enlightened. Hard technophiles mixed with religious extremism. Adeptus Mechanicus. Now, for their army side of things, they are with the Scutari. The Scutari operate with very bizarre weaponry and lots of different kinds of vehicles, tanks, and different people in between. They're very weird, but they have extremely wacky and enjoyable, and in fact quite effective, both in the real game and in the lore.
Let's say they probably keep the good shit for themselves.
As an army on the tabletop, they're very weird and have
probably don't want to mess with them. Oh my god, where does one stop and another one begin?
Wacky techno thing, I'd give them a pickup. Hell, they're so paranoid. I gotta keep going. They're so paranoid and crazy. These Dune Striders you see right here, one guy was able to make them work. One guy, and he died. And they're so scared they'll never work again that they keep them on and they never turn them off, and they run around in a circle the whole time until they need them, and then they corral it and they go to battle.
Carrick, welcome.
Adeptus Mechanicus. Now, if you want to talk about faith, though, let's talk about the Sisters of Battle.
A simp has fallen for an eagle in Lego City.
The Sisters of Battle of the Adeptus Sororitas, if that's how I pronounce it correctly, is an all-female group of battle sisters.
More fleur-de-lis.
The ecclesiarchy section of the Imperium. The ecclesiarchy is, of course, the church. This is, imagine a private army of the church, which is scary. And it is. The sisters are an extremely zealotous force, and they take this to a full extreme. They believe in three main things: faith, martyrdom, and fire. Through the bolter, the flamer, and the melta, the Sisters of Battle are extremely potent at taking out chaos and heretics. Mainly heretics, because as they are a fighting section of the ecclesiarchy church, that's the big thing they want to kill. Any form of heretic will face the Emperor's justice through those three main weapons, the bolter, the flamer, and the melta, and they will do so with extreme prejudice. Literally. They are the closest things we have to nuns in space. And I'm talking hardcore nuns. They carry holy fire on their backs. They have holy books and sigils all across their armor. Their main battle tank is a fucking pipe organ missile launcher. They have small babies that they have removed their brain capacity to make them little servant cherubs to fly around and give them ammunition and shit. They drop
Wow.
churches from low orbit as mini drop pods onto battles. They drop churches into battles and they blare war hymns and holy music from their frigates in low atmosphere and shower holy water across the battlefield. These are the people you are dealing with, and they're
That's
fucking
fucking
awesome.
crazy.
They can literally stave off demons on the tabletop because their faith is that strong. Remember the warp, the demons from the warp? Well, the warp also manifests
Cute
in your
little
mind.
servitors.
All of your emotions, negative and positive, go through the warp. It's the immaterium, the place of all things. So if you are
Interesting.
that mentally fortified, that mentally strong, you can stave off horrifying
I like their
demons.
insignia.
And all these girls, oh, not a crack. Not a crack in that mental armor. Now, as much as a meme as they are, and as much as their models look a lot like Ongo Gabloglian, yeah, which I can't unsee anymore, I gotta say, I love their design. I think they're extremely cool.
I love the design other than the hair. I love everything, literally everything about what he's just said about them. I'm like, damn, that's actually pretty fucking awesome. You see the models on the tabletop, and it's just like, at least some of these. Like, clearly these aren't quite the same, but Orbital Church Strike. That's so fucking great. I mean, it's not like, clearly that's not what I want, but like when you're taking this like faith-based existence in this universe to its extreme, like that is exactly what I would want to see. It just, I feel like it works really well in this universe. And it's just like, I don't know, the mental image of them low Earth orbiting, or low Earth orbit dropping a church onto a battlefield, it just makes me chuckle. Anything dropped from orbit is an effective weapon. Yeah, I guess there's that.
They're another army that I'm currently collecting. They just released a whole new line of figures very recently, and they look wonderful. Everything from Celestine, the living, literally undying saint from the Triumph of St. Catherine, which is literally a funeral
I guess it's not that
procession
bad here.
as a model. Those organ tanks I mentioned earlier. This shit is the most over-the-top badassery in a lot of the Warhammer universe.
This is what Mormons wish they were. Oh, dude, Mormons are pretty fucking wild. Yeah, I think you might be right. I think you might. I have known some Mormons, and they believe some crazy shit. Yeah, I mean, imagine if you gave them that much power, that's probably what they would probably the end of the journey for Mormons. The final peak Mormon may look a lot like this.
And goddamn it, is it over the top. But Sisters of Battle are so cool. While I'm a guardsman at heart, this is such a cool faction. By Bolter Shell, Flamer Burst, and Melta Blast, the mutant, the heretic, and the traitor alike are cleansed of their sin of existence. So it has been for 5 millennia, so shall it be until the end of time. And speaking of burning demons,
I can see.
So the Grey Knights aren't just
Grey Knights are the first army I actually collected back.
They're not just a Space Marine?
Grey Knights are a super secretive and much more old school look at power armored knights, except they are all psychers. All of them have that crazy space magic magician shit. For every 100,000 guardsmen, there's one Grey Knight. For every 10,000 Sisters of Battle, there's one Grey Knight. For every 1,000 Space Marines, there's one Grey Knight.
I never saw The
Grey
Expanse.
Knights are the strongest of the strong, both in mental will and absolute just strength. These are Space Marines that are all high-level psychers, all of them able to specifically do one goal, and that is kill demons.
It's worth a watch.
The Emperor believed that the demons of chaos were the #1 threat to the Imperium, and he probably is right. However, this group is entirely based on doing that through a myriad of coming from the planet, or I guess the moon of Titan in the Sol system. The Grey Knights are thrown through extremely rigorous training and are as clear of mind and soul as they possibly can be. Since the demons of the warp are the warp and your mind projects to the warp, people can go insane very fast, especially lower level psychers. These Grey Knights need to be able to harness the warp in the presence of demons and stay perfectly sane. One of their characters, one of my favorite characters, is named Castellan Crow. He has a demon blade, the black blade of Mahamahama, and he has to have it on him because it tempts everyone nearby, constantly beckoning them, use my power, use my strength, suck my penis, whatever the possibility. And so he has to keep it on him all the time as this thing whispers to him consistently, and he has to stave it off forever, being alone in his chambers or on the battlefield, because anyone who gets too close to it might be tempted a little too hard. He is that pure of heart and mind, and all the characters in the Grey Knights are basically like that. The only issue is that Grey Knights have a scorched earth policy, more ways than one. If they're fighting demons, demons corrupt and make people crazy. So if I'm a guardsman and I'm fighting demons and the Grey Knights arrive and they kill all the demons.
Popping in the cover of Interspecies Reviewers. Jesus Christ.
I'm a risk. And so guess who's not making it out of there? On the tabletop, they're very strike fast, strike hard kind of people. They teleport all around the place. They are fast strike groups, small amounts of models because they're so dang strong. You only have so many characters, but with it, you get in there, you're very tough, very tanky, you hit really hard, and you try to bounce around the battlefield quickly, but you don't have numbers, and so every dead Grey Knight hits really damn hard. They're fun, though, if you like that kind of fast-striking kind of army. Oh, and also, Caldor Drago is a thing. We're not even going to get into Caldor Drago. All right, that is, oh my goodness gracious. I am the hammer. I am the mail about his fist. I am the spear in his hand. Though we are lost, I am the shield on his arm. I am the flight of his arrows. I am the hammer. I am the sword. I am the shield. I am a soldier at the battle at the end of time.
Damn.
Grey Knights are pretty hardcore. They are as holy as you can get for a Space Marine. If you like Space Marines and you don't think they're holy enough, you want to be holier? Grey Knights. Now, if you want to be holier and big, let's talk Imperial Knights.
Oh, Lord, he coming!
Do you like gigantic
I am sworn to carry your burden.
The size of homes or medium-sized buildings? Do you want to kill heretics, but you want to kill like 40 of them per turn? Do you want a gigantic old school?
Wait, they're their own faction?
Style of walker.
Wait, these things are their own faction? What the fuck? I thought that they were just like a big machine for the other, like a different what?
With giant chainsaw arms, then you got Imperial Knights. Imperial Knights, it's not a whole lot to talk about them because they're just gigantic walkers, but they have this old school like house feel to them, like literally like they're houses. Each Imperial Knight comes from a house, and each of them act in their own special way. These behemoth of walkers also destroy almost everything in their path, killing full swaths of squads in a couple shots, stepping on legions of troops. Like, these things do not mess around, and they look so cool. Imperial Knights and Chaos Knights, actually, for that matter, don't have a whole lot to discuss. They're just super big, heavy walkers, and they look different depending on your house or chaos god you currently believe in. And overall, these things are just really cool if you want to murder everything in your path. They're the big, scary, big unit of Warhammer, and if you want to collect them, go to town. They make for a great painting project, too. Getting more back down to earth, let's talk something about a little bit different, a little more gold. If guardsmen are regular soldiers,
sounds like they kind of
are super soldiers. Grey Knights are
kind of sounds like they are like something in addition to whatever faction they're with. maybe more like a Space Marine thing. I don't know. He didn't really do a great job of explaining that, but like, I don't know. It's wild that they're considered their own thing. I guess it makes sense, but
are super soldiers. The Adeptus Custodes are super soldiers cubed. The Adeptus Custodes are the third.
The big
major
walker
army
thing.
I own. I know 3 armies. I know. I got carried away. Okay, but that's all. I only have 3. Okay. They are our final brand of Space Marines, but these ones are super special. Okay, if a guardsman is 6 foot, a Space Marine is 7 feet, a custodian is 8 feet. These are the giant defenders of Holy Terra, which is also Earth. Earth is Terra. Earth, Terra. Themselves. These are the people that literally guard the Emperor's throne room, hence custodies. These boys protect the Emperor's throne room at all times and are literally like handcrafted people. They're not humans brought up by a gene seer or something. These are all handcrafted super soldiers. I think from a tube. These behemoth of men are like 8 feet, 8.5 feet tall and functionally immortal. They stand still, spear in hand for hundreds of years without the need to sleep and barely even the need to eat, watching over the throne room and every other area of Holy Terra for their entire purpose in life. And oh my lord, are they terrifying. These custodians put Space Marines to shame. If you liked your super soldiers, these are your super mega soldiers. One of these men can take on probably 3 Space Marines and most likely win. There are many different groups of custodians as well, like the Solar Watch, or there's also one of my personal favorite, the Aquilan Shield. The Aquilan Shield go out to seemingly unimportant individuals and protect them because they believe that they are going to be doing something very important in their lives. For instance, let's say a regular guardsman gets the protection of this giant 8.5 foot tall golden god because that guardsman will end up becoming a general one day or something of that nature. The custodians work in mysterious ways and are almost always outnumbered.
I guess that makes sense, man.
Outmatched. These people are pretty horrifying, both on the tabletop as well as in the lore. There are very few of them, however, and there's actually an extremely small amount of them. But that's kind of the point. There's only so many of these people that can have war gear this strong, weapons this powerful, and training this good. And the custodians have all 3 of it. For 100 years, I stood my watch amidst the somber shadows of the Sanctum Imperialis. I was still as a statue, but always ready. Always attuned to dangers unseen. Days, months, years passed by in a frenzied blur beyond those walls, yet within little moved and nothing changed. For 100 years I did not but wait, yet had any threat appeared I would have struck it down in a heartbeat. For 100 years I stood my watch, and as it ends I can tell you this: patience is a weapon. The custodians are the top dogs of the Imperium, and they hurt just that same way. Though I do want to discuss a little bit about the Sisters of Silence before
Rest well, McLennan.
The Sisters of Silence I also have a few
Thanks
of.
for hanging out.
And they're really fun, but they don't get enough attention. These kind of bald plume ladies are a whole group of pariahs, or also known as blanks. We'll be referring to them as blanks from now on.
Interesting.
So as every mind is somewhat connected to the warp, these blanks are a genetic mutation that has it suppressed heavily. Because of that mind suppression, normal people feel this weird, uncomfortable nature when around them. When a Sister of Silence walks past them, you feel ill. You feel just uncomfortable and strange. So most of them don't actually live past childhood, because once they are birthed, they're, well, killed or something at a very young age, because they just emit a horrifying aura. These ladies, however, are guardians of the throne as well for more psychic threats. See, none of the custodians are psychics, so they have a difficult time dealing with major demons and other kinds of psychic phenomena. These sisters are extremely specialized in it, all of them taking a vow of silence as they don't speak, hence the term Sisters of Silence, but they communicate through hand gestures and things of that nature. But if there's a demon issue, if there's any kind of warp-based problem, the sisters are extremely adept at dealing with them, thanks to their blank gene. They normally work a lot of time with the custodians because they have to deal with both kinds of threats, but they're not represented that way on the tabletop. In fact, they only have like one real model for them, which is very unfortunate. I hope they'll get something new soon, because I think they should really be working together as it is that way in the lore. But hopefully we'll get there soon. But if we're talking about blanks, let's talk assassins.
Whoa.
It's been a long video. We're about to round it out. We got this and one more human thing, and then we're done. The assassins, though, the Officio Assassinorum, oh boy, these people are deadly. Yeah, they're called assassins. They should be, but oh man, these people will mess you up. So these are from the Officio Assassinorum, a very special organization, and they are handpicked by the Grand Master of the Officio Assassinorum from the what was it called? Schola Progenium. It's basically an orphan school. Your parents got murdered by demons or something, you get sent to this and you get trained to be whatever. Tempestus Drop Troop, an Inquisitor maybe even. Maybe you get a blank gene and you get thrown into the Sisters of Silence, or sometimes you just disappear. When you are taken, however, you go to one of 4 temples because the Assassinorum works in the temple style of things. These temples are the Vindicare, Caluxus, Calidus, and Eversor temples. Let's start with the Vindicare. I'm far away. I've been sitting here for 3 weeks. Poof! The Vindicare temple is the main sniper-based temple. Gigantic sniper rifle.
Dude, what's nuts is like you must be able to talk about all of these factions for like a video as long as this video, which has covered an absolute shitload of these. And then this is just the humans. Only needs 1 bullet, yeah.
For all these assassins. Their whole point is to be able to be in a spot and sit there, eye and scope, for weeks, waiting for their perfect target, taking people out from literal miles away after extremely long time periods. The Vindicare Temple is about precise, perfect aim. There have been reports of Vindicares being able to single out particular body parts from over 2-3 miles away. Temples in the head, jugular, for instance, and been sitting there after weeks. And when they're ready, take that shot, time is done, packs them up. The Calidus Temple, however, is a lot more about shape-shifting and deviant art. It's mostly a female.
Yeah, I get that vibe, Bambi.
This allows a lot of body augmentation for certain individuals to be able to kind of transmorph themselves and infiltrate areas that are problems. These assassins will end up taking missions that take them years, 2-3 years, to infiltrate a heretical group and slowly work their way up just to get enough time to put a bullet into the main target's head and then escape unharmed. Or become the main target and sabotage it from within. These are all completely about deception, mind tricks, polymorphing, and everything in between. And lots of drawings. The Eversor Temple. Just kind of disturbing one. The Eversor Temple is about when you don't want anything to come back alive, friend or foe. You want it all dead. An Eversor is psychogenically conditioned with just psychotherapy and psychological torture to only feel violence, hatred, and anger. It does the Clockwork Orange style of thing of just making you forced to watch never-ending pain and misery and psycho conditioning, I guess is the term. And then they pump you full of tons of
and they give you an MP7
drugs, and they cryo freeze you. And then they drop you in an area where they just want to make sure everything is dead. And then you defrost, full of just all this insane, mind-boggling psychotherapy and psychedelic drugs, and you just go to town. Yeah, if you don't care if anyone comes back alive. You're like, all right, lost cause, send them in. Finally, there's the most bizarre temple, the Caluxus Temple. The Caluxus assassins are feared even among the other temples. So that blank gene, the people will go to the Caluxus Temple with this as well. And this is where they can harness that to be massively anti-psyker or even just anti-regular people. They are seen with extreme fear and distrust among many, many people. They are described by the Eldar by quote as being pure evil. Imagine that uncomfortable feeling from that
Jesus
Blake
Christ
gene I mentioned, And then imagine them being taught and given equipment to amplify it by 100. If normally regular people feel uncomfortable, now they are basically akin to being a siren wailing directly in your ear. And if you're a psyker, oh no, the sheer presence of a Caluxus assassin is enough for you to tear your skin off. You will rather gouge your eyes out and rip your nails off than even being near this person. The Caluxus assassin is when you want psychers to literally lose their minds.
Oh, it's like with Shea Open Stream.
Ask you to gun them down.
Wow.
Because it is a suitable choice over
Rude.
being anywhere near you. The motto of that temple is,
Or
that which is
Shea.
unknown and unseen commands the greatest fear. Now, for the tabletop, assassins aren't that special. You can call them in no matter what Imperium faction you are, and they do a lot of work for themselves, but at the same time, they're very specialized and require a lot of finesse. And they work the way you generally want them to, though. You want to cause some distortion and weird stuff, you take a Calidus. You want to just murder swaths of infantry and then blow up Eversor. You want to kill that one guy, Vindicare, and if you have a lot of Psychers, Caluxus. It's a nice little, like, jack of all trades if you have a specific thing you want to kill. And you get to choose which is really fun. But now, let's talk about the last human faction. We can round this video
Love
out
your other
before we do
boss.
Part 2, the Inquisition. And we have a lot to talk about with them.
On the subject of heresy.
Oh boy, where do I even begin with the Inquisition? Take every
How many
secret police
parts is
you can
this?
think of. The KGB, the Gestapo, the CIA, FBI, any of these kinds of people. And then mark it up by about 10 and give them the most power in the entire Imperium.
Holy shit.
You know what? How about this? This right here, it's not just a quote. This is the Imperial motto, the motto of the Inquisition. I apologize for my bad pronunciation. Innocentia nihil probat. Innocence proves nothing. The most powerful organization in the Imperium, the secret police, their #1 motto is innocence proves nothing. The Inquisition
Also,
goes
fuck
around
you.
like the secret police or like detectives to find issues in the Imperium. And they have
fantastic.
different ordos depending on which one we're talking about. The Ordo Hereticus, the Ordo Xenos, the Ordo Malleus, for instance, and a whole bunch of other ones. Hereticus is obvious, they deal with heretics. Xenos tries to find alien threats, and Malleus is demons. They all have different specializations in what they're trying to go for as this Inquisitor. And that's what they're called, Inquisitors. Each of them, as an Inquisitor, has their own free reign to do as they wish. They may have a ship and a crew, and they go out to find
Oh, we're gonna
problems
find
and
out.
interrogate people a lot. They are above the law in every department over Space Marines. Now, the Space Marines might argue against them and stuff, and there might be a lot of blowback, but technically they are above them as Inquisitors. They are looking to
We're getting
investigate
educated on Warhammer
coups
40K.
and cults and demonic incursions.
'Cause I'm gonna play
possible
Bolt Gun.
Xenos issues like Gene Stealers or a new threat coming into an area. They're about learning that stuff and actually doing detective work. And memes aside, they're pretty good at it. The Inquisition having all of this power does make them a little bit power hungry and frantic sometimes. And yes, it is still a bad thing, but most of them are pretty good at their job. And they spend a lot of time being very diligent to make sure that all of these leads they follow are proper and correct. They're basically space detectives with just enormous power and sometimes a bit of a power complex. And we haven't even talked about Exterminatus yet. Exterminatus. Exterminatus is deeming a planet unfit to be saved.
Oh, shit.
Deem that this planet is demon infested and taking it back will cost too many resources and is not worth it. I have now committed Exterminatus on this planet. I will now sign the death warrant of an entire Imperium planet as it is unfit to take and better to be destroyed than allow the enemy to hold it. This can mean saturation bombardment. This can mean cracking the planet's core and breaking it apart. Doesn't matter. Render this planet inhospitable to all life. Yes, the innocence proves nothing people are the only people who can choose this planet must die
shit.
in its entirety. Yeah, You're playing the villain. Now, it is memed a lot, but most Inquisitors are very rare to do Exterminatus. Exterminatus is a very crazy thing. There's only so many worlds that you don't want to destroy all of them. Now, naturally, with the memes aside, there are some people who are a little bit rough on this one. But most Inquisitors generally don't like to do Exterminatus a ton, but it is an option they have. And it's a crazy option when you think about it. Secret Police Inquisition are unfortunately not represented on the tabletop very much. You generally kind of put one in your army if you feel like it. You have a couple special options there and some side content, but they're not really fleshed out very well, and personally they need a lot more stuff put in there, and they really need a lot more effort put into them, and they're not quite where I want them to be. Overall, the Inquisition makes for a lot of the best storytelling as well, because it's a little bit hard to talk about a big story of a whole bunch of Space Marines killing something. Right? It's just a big battle story. It's not as interesting. Sense. Having that intrigue and that moral dilemma that an Inquisitor has makes for a lot better media. And honestly, the more people do it, I think it's better, because then it adds a little more humanity to the Warhammer horrible, horrible grim darkness. And wow, we just finished the humans, all right? Come back for part 2 when we talk about Chaos and Xenos, because we got to talk about the 4 Chaos Gods and all the Chaos Marine
Chaos Gods,
and the Tau, and the Necrons, and the Orcs, and oh boy, we got a lot.
It's not the one with the sex god?
2.
I feel like that's the video with the sex god, right? Nice. Part 2 is Chaos. Okay, I'm totally down to watch part 2, but I need a drink and a snack. So, give me a second. I'll put on. I mean, it won't take me long, so. Sex God had good birth. Oh, God. Ugh, Jesus. Do some shout-outs or, make me say stuff with the new text-to-speech, whatever. I'll be back. I'll be back in just a minute. Don't leave. You're not allowed to leave. You're in this with me.
Whoa. Grass. Beautiful. Look at this. I touched it.
Here we go! The Pikmin are just like... What have I done on this planet? What did I teach these things? I taught them to be monsters is what I did. I've upset the natural order clear. Oh no. Oh no, what have I done? What have I done? That's a lot of onions.
Against the wall because I'm. Oh no. I'm sorry, I couldn't mute. Can't mute in time.
Oh, you motherfuckers. You motherfuckers. Stop! Stop! My aim is so bad. I swear to God, I'll get one of you. I'll fucking get one of you. I will fucking get one of you. Whether it takes me 1,000 years or not, one of you is getting banned. One of you is. I swear to God. I swear to... Okay, there we go. There we go.
Hey there, my little kitten, Contanrio Shi. How are you doing?
Shay, hi. Welcome. So, do you want will you let me make a text-to-speech to your voice? One, I want to see how the AI actually handles your voice, but two, trust me, it'll be worth it. If I can use it too, absolutely. Yeah, so check out Tengia. Check out Tengia.
Knights will see you raising an army of farming tools and laugh, aha, but they have not the means to commission weapons.
Exactly. Check out Tengia. Tangia. Is that supposed to be your voice? Yeah. I mean, I'm kind of sick right now, so it's a little bit more scuffed than it would be. But it gets some things really right, and it's kind of scuffed on others. But yeah, that is 5 whole minutes of effort to make that.
Sheesh, this food is busting on God. For real. Keeping it 100. Sheesh.
I can't sheesh. I don't think you'll be able to replicate mine because I go for such huge ranges. I wanna hear it try though. I wanna hear it try. And I think you can just like if you have it, like if you make a model, I think you can share it with me without like having to spend any extra per month. Either way, I want to get a couple people together and see if we can make some voices that are usable. Oh my God. But yeah, as you can hear, my voice is still not 100%, and we're like 3 hours into stream. Even if I've been mostly watching videos, I feel like, yeah, I don't have a whole lot left in me voice-wise, but we're going to watch the second video in this Warhammer 40K Factions Explained series by Bricky, because I needed to get edumacated before I play Bolt Gun, which we're not going to play today, but we are going to play in the near future on stream. It all started with just a meow. Now it's becoming the whole voice. Mike, hi. I'm hanging in there. Lurkaroo, welcome.
Hello there, bees. It's been a while since we heard a copy pasta about having a hug. Here's a big bee hug. Haha, just like old times. So you trained your voice while sick, or you got sick after training Tangia?
Okay. I was sick when I made the model today, so yeah, it's better than it was. My voice is better today than it's been in like literally a week and a half, so
Tangia D's nuts.
At least we got that going for us.
Hey all, this is
Yeah, welcome in everybody that's wandered in over the past couple of minutes. I grabbed a snack and a drink, so I'm gonna stuff the rest of this Pop-Tart in my face while we start this video.
part 2 in a 2-part series on the Warhammer races. If you haven't seen part 1 yet, we do the Imperium of Man. You can check that out in the description, and I would highly recommend you watch that to get context for this episode. If you already have, go ahead and keep on watching. So after an entire episode of nothing but humans, we can now talk about chaos, which involves humans again, but a little bit less. We also got demons and shit.
I just felt someone grab my ass. What? Like hard, Nick.
So, as I've mentioned many times before, we've discussed the warp, the immaterium, the hellish landscape, the purgatory dimension realm between the material realm of our existence. Now, in the warp, it's terrifying, horrible. There are demons everywhere. Things are crazy. All your minds and thoughts and emotions get projected there. It is both formless and empty. It is vast and tiny. It obeys the laws of time and physics while simultaneously honestly does absolutely nothing of the sort. It is a hodgepodge and a culmination of just unknowable, eldritch, horrifying shit. And there are 4 gods that permeate in chaos and the warp. These are the 4 major chaos gods. And if we wish to learn about chaos, we need to learn about each and every single one of these chaos gods. First up, we have Khorne, and he is the easiest. Khorne is your classic Satan. He is all about anger, murder, fighting, blood, guts, death. You ever heard the term blood for the blood god, skulls for the skull throne? That's Khorne. The whole idea is that he is all about the fury and strength of battle. He doesn't care where blood comes from so long as blood is flowing. He wants to fight and murder and carnage and slaughter.
Reasonable.
Death, 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 death. That is Khorne. Very simple to understand. Next up, you have Tzeentch, and Tzeentch is the god of change. However, the god of change, it's permeates in so many different other ways. He's the most eldritch of all the demon gods. He has this weird way to always be plucking at the strings of the universe. He's always conniving and scheming and doing his best to cause as much little bullshit as he can. Tzeentch is unknowable. Everything that makes sense, he will and won't do. Every future and setting and every type of destiny or fate is all foretold and also changeable. It is set in stone while also completely random. He knows when everything is going to happen and also that none of it's going to happen. You would ask Tzeentch a question. That question leads to 3 more questions. And those questions lead to the heat death of the universe, which asks 4 answers to those questions. And then he thinks to himself, what are questions even really? And are you even asking the questions? Or are you simply giving paths to answers and other horse shit? Tzeentch is just, I'm gonna fuck with stuff. He is yes and he is no. He is the understanding and he is complexity. He is unknowable. And that's what the God of Change is about. Very bizarre. And he likes birds a lot. I don't know why. Next up,
birds.
We got Papa Nurgle. Papa Nurgle, he loves you for who you are. Probably not. He will murder you just the same. But Papa Nurgle is about rot, pestilence, death, and decay. He is the end of everything. Him and Tzeentch do not like each other very much because where Tzeentch represents change and adjustment, Nurgle represents stagnation and death. He is all about miasma and pestilence and large bloat and pus and organs and people just being sedentary, sloth. He is the idea that everything will rot and decay and die. Nothing is certain besides decay and death. All of us will end up the same way, and broken down through just sheer never-ending decomposition. So the joke that Nurgle always loves you is generally because of that, because we all end up the same. We all rot, and we all die and wither. That's Nurgle, and he's got a general theme of course, pestilence and different kinds of diseases and sickness and things of that nature. That's generally Nurgle. He's pretty easy to understand as well, and he chonk! Finally, we have the youngest of the Chaos Gods, and that is Slaanesh, also known as the Prince of Pleasure or the God of Unspeakable Excess. Slaanesh is generally...
The censor bar.
of unspeakable excess. Slaanesh is generally referred to with sex, but it's not only sex, it's just that's a good avenue if you want to make stuff. Slaanesh is just the idea of the senses of the body being cranked to not just 11, but more like 17. See, we'll discuss Slaanesh a little bit more when we talk about the Eldar, because they done fucked up, but he...
You did, Dingo. Welcome.
Or whatever is mainly about just the excess of emotions. And therefore, sex is generally a large part of it. However, it's mostly pain.
Holy. That dude's forehead.
But sometimes sexually related.
Really getting in there.
Lots of drugs.
Really
Slaanesh
getting
gets
in there.
off on everything. Extremes in happiness, extremes in sadness, extremes in pain and sadism and masochism. And of course, that goes along with the sex part of it as well. It's generally referred to with sex because of the color scheme, very purple, lots of exposed genitalia. A lot of their models have like exposed nipples and stuff. And that is generally the theme you go for from a physical side, but it really embodies everything, mainly pain and also the excessive amounts of emotion. So when it comes down to it, you'll find a lot of them have things like spikes or whips or any kind of BDSM style gear because it is unspeakable excess, the prince of pleasure. Everything in excess to the point where it is just sheer fright.
It's art.
That is
No rats, chat.
Slaanesh in
No
a
rats.
nutshell. A little bit bizarre and a little hard to describe sometimes, but as we talk more about the Dark Eldar layer in this video, you'll understand it far, far better and far more than you'd want to. Now you might be thinking, why would anyone ever want to join Chaos? They all look horrifying, screwed up, and just frightening things, right? Well, the thing is that, of course, one, your mind is put into the warp and the materium, so you can be easily swayed by chaos demons when they get into your head, especially if you're a psyker. Sometimes regiments of the less mentally strong people, whether they be civilians or, say, low-level guardsmen or conscripts, can be easily swayed by this and become chaos cultists and stuff, and they serve their dark gods and whatever god they personally prefer. However, and this might seem strange, chaos in their own right isn't necessarily evil. See, the warp is every manifestation of emotion and being, every soul, everything of existence. This includes all the good things. All the different chaos gods have another side to their coin. Khorne might be death, murder, slaughter, slaughter, but he's also got this weird sense of survival of the fittest, trial by combat, and honor. Khorne will never lie to you. Khorne will never stab you in the back. Khorne isn't about conniving and scheming. Khorne is about straight up mano-y-mano, you versus me, get in the ring, we're gonna murder each other hard right now. It may not be a good thing at the end of the day, but it is that other side of the coin. Him and Tzeentch generally don't get along because Tzeentch is that conniving schemer, but he's also about the idea of hope. Where there is change for your predicament. There is change for your problem. The hope of the galaxy, the ability to bend the world to your will, the idea that your fate is not set in stone, but in reality that you control your own destiny and can control it whenever you want, the changer of ways. That is Tzeentch. And of course, Tzeentch and Nurgle hate each other because while Nurgle does represent stagnation, death, and decay, he also represents finality and ending. The fact that you can be mentally at peace knowing that you will end and how you will end. Fear of the unknown, fear of change is not present with Nurgle. With Nurgle, everything will rot and die, and that provides that finality, that ability that this is over. We are all the same, and we will all end the same. We know the meaning of life. The meaning of life is to live and die and rot. And with that, it brings peace of mind. Slaanesh is a lot more simple. While they are the excess of emotion, they are also the representation of emotion. Slaanesh embodies happiness. Slaanesh embodies excitement and joy and pleasure, not only in the sense of the physical, you know, bam style of pleasure, but also everything else like food and drink and air on your cheek and sunlight, the feeling, emotion and feeling. All of that is also represented with Slaanesh. So you have to ask, why are they always represented as super evil skulls and spikes on everything and want to murder everybody? I don't really got an answer for you on that one. My assumption is that because mentally humans may think worse thoughts, even if we don't act on them, and therefore they're projected in the warp more. That one's a little bit weird. I don't know. This is me spitballing right now, but I don't know. You need a super bad guy. You already got the Imperium of Man. You need somebody to be a little bit worse than them. So you got demons. Honestly, who cares? I just want to buy like a bird magician. Look at him.
Whoa.
So cool. So combining all this together on the tabletop, Chaos Demons
No
are
gotcha,
generally
Brandy.
melee
No
based,
gotcha.
run in, go really hard. You have lots of summoning and conjuring, tons of spells. Generally a little bit frail, but they have special saves to make them a little bit stronger. You've got giant demons and smaller demons. You got hordes of little boys and tons of big guys. Demons are as they seem. demons. Nurgle is slow, Khorne is super scary in melee, you've got Tzeentch, who are far more into psychers and spellcasting, and then Slaanesh, who is all melee, really fast but squishy, but in lots of hordes of tons of melee and pain damage, of course. So overall, the demons are a huge part of 40k and a massive threat to almost every single faction with the exception of a couple. However, the big part about demons is also transferred into the other 9 Primarchs we didn't talk about, which are the Chaos Space Marines.
Oh.
So Horus and all of his boys, all of them in the Primarchs, they have all also become Chaos Boys, and they all have their own special Chaos Legions, specializing in so many different things, just like the Adeptus Astartes, the Angels of Death, the regular Space Marines. Chaos Space Marines aren't a whole lot different than the regular Space Marines. They have the same armor, generally the same training and toughness. They just specialize in different kinds of things. And also a lot of the Primarchs have ascended into greater demons? They're demon Primarchs at this point. Gigantic, horrifying man-demon hybrids that are pretty awesome, if I'm gonna be honest. They look really cool. But them and their associated legions that they are a part of are all kind of going out.
Not enough notes. Not enough. I feel like I'm retaining a decent amount though. Yeah, this is Warhammer lore. Yeah, we're watching everything about Warhammer 40k factions before I play Boltgun.
Out there and causing a large ruckus for everyone else. Considering the raw strength and firepower of a legion of Space Marines, imagine that entire legion just converting to chaos and immediately fighting you. It's generally pretty horrifying.
This will be on the
There's
exam.
a lot of them, so I
No.
gotta write them down. But you've got the Emperor's Children with Primarch Fulgrim, loyal to Slaanesh. These people, they are some messed up people. They're just sensory overload, tons of drugs, tons of torture. And I think Fulgrim is a demon Primarch right now. And oh god, I am terrified to see what that man looks like. At least on the tabletop, because Emperor's Children are not good people. You've got the Iron Warriors, which are kind of like opposite of the Imperial Fists, with Primarch Perturabo, I believe is his name. They're Chaos Undivided, they kind of serve chaos in a general aspect instead of choosing one of the 4. But the Iron Warriors are big on the siege and fortification, and they're basically entirely against the Imperial Fists and are a major rival. Perturabo, I believe, is also still alive, and I'm also very interested to see what he looks like, because Demon Primarchs are badass. You've got the Night Lords with Primarch Conrad Kurz. Conrad Kurz is dead, which is good because he's a sick fuck. But the Night Lords are generally about terrorizing people and terrorism. They're generally about fear, and rightly so. You've got the World Eaters with Primarch Angron, still alive, also excited to see. Angron, if you think you've known an angry person, Angron is the angriest son of a bitch you will ever know. Angron removed parts of his brain that didn't make him angry, so he could be angrier.
Holy shit.
Angron. Fucker's mad. You've got the Death Guard with Primarch Mortarion. They actually have their own special codex and their own major army on tabletop. Mortarion himself is actually one of the models.
That's cool.
And look at him. Look at him. It's so cool looking. Of course, Nurgle based, obviously.
How much is this? How much is this model? Can someone from chat tell me how much this model is?
So very slow, but very tanky. You've got the Word Bearers with Primarch Lorgar. Lorgar is, I believe, still alive. I don't know what's up with him at the current moment, but the Word Bearers are generally the people who caused all the major problems in the beginning. At least I blame them for it. They're little assholes. You got the Black Legion with Primarch Horus. Get fucked, nerd. You've got the Alpha Legion with Primarch Alfarius Omegon. Chaos, I think. And then finally, you've got the Thousand Sons with Primarch Magnus the Nerd. The Thousand Sons also have their own book, just like the Death Guard. Magnus is also a tabletop model. He looks super cool, as you can tell. And they're all super heavily Psyker and kind of Egyptian themed. They look pretty neat. But overall, with all of these Chaos Space Marine factions, you can play as a lot of different ones, but the main ones that you can really work at are standard Space Marines, Chaos Space Marines, as well as the Death Guard and Thousand Sons, as they are the most fleshed out, especially on the tabletop at least. See this right here? This is a really good way to describe the Chaos Space Marines. What the thick-headed fools with their broken corpse of an emperor fail to understand is that not only can they never defeat us, but they cannot hide or flee or shield themselves from the triumph of chaos. They are finite and we are unbound, undivided. They must not err, or they shall fall to heresy. All who fall join our cause. Every Imperial fool who dares to open his eyes is a willing recruit. They strive merely to hold back our fury and might, and it consumes them. Thus, you can see chaos is inevitable. We lurk not only beyond their grasp and at their gates, we lurk within the darkness of their souls, on the tip of their tongues, in their tortured dreams. We are them, but freed from the shackles of ignorance. We are them, grown strong, evolved. We are them, but so much more. As hardcore as that quote is, the saddest part is they're mostly right. Chaos is basically unkillable. You could probably get rid of Space Marines, a decent amount, the Chaos Space Marines that is, but every soul that dies goes to the warp. Every Chaos soul will end up back in the warp. And depending on how hard you killed them, they will come back at some point. Every demon you banish will return at some point. Chaos is unstoppable. The warp is unending. And while maybe there is at some point some way to stop them somehow, the resources to do so, the requirements to do so, are so far beyond the reaches of...
Only $215, not as bad as I thought. That's still, I feel like some of the prices on those have come down recently because of the ability to create some on your own. I may not be correct about that, but I've got some friends who are pretty heavily into the whole tabletop thing, and one of them specifically bought a printer just to deal with that. So prices have gone up, not down. Really interesting. I wonder what's made the prices go up. Huh.
Of man and the other races at the current moment, that really it's just an unstoppable force that just keeps on coming, and it's just barely being
And I guess
slowed.
everything's gotten more expensive.
Chaos is by far the biggest threat. They are
Thank you, Will.
without number. Their legions are everywhere, and yeah, they're pretty scary. So I promise we're done with humans now. Let's talk about some Xenos.
Xenos, the Eldar. We didn't learn about the birth of that god.
Eldar, or also known as the Eldari,
or the Chaos
which are a
god.
super hyper specialized and very technologically advanced race of, well, elf people. They were as well responsible for the creation of Slanesh, the newest demon god. How
Just kidding.
they do that? Debauchery on a world-ending scale. See, back in the day, it was just Khorne, Tzeentch, and Nurgle. And the Eldar are very, very ancient, millions of years. These Eldar, however, have a bit of a sensory problem. You know, every kind of pain or feeling that you have is a little bit amplified compared to the normal. However, with Eldar, as their race advanced so excessively, and they became so self-reliant, and everything became so easy, there was no requirement for food production anymore. There was no shortages. Everything was basically done. Everyone was so comfortable. And that comfort breeded this weird sedation. And that sedation breeded the requirement for more and more debauchery.
Debauchery!
Debauchery! Debauchery!
When everything you have can be so easily acquired, you will end up down this road of pure debauchery. All of the senses the Eldar had that were so powerful, things like feeling, happiness, sadness, and just evil and good, all needed to be satisfied and satiated. And the desire to satiate these senses grew more and more with worse and worse debauchery. It started off with things like sex and drugs becoming so much more rampant.
It's part two,
these are the
nerdy.
first things you generally turn to when requirements for living are so easily accessible. It would get to the point that made Sander Cohen in BioShock look sane. All right, this is the kind of debauchery it led to. It was constantly satisfying and satiating these sexual and sadistic or masochistic fantasies that only elevated and elevated, and this was species-wide. People started going down darker, more depraved, and more violent paths as time went on. However, some people didn't entirely take to that. Some of the Eldar were looking at this depraved species that they had become and said, no thanks for me, dog, I'm good. And they bailed. These are the Craft World Eldar. They left on these giant continent-sized starships called craft worlds. They believed in learning the old ways of the Eldar and pushing away from this depravity and debauchery and going back to their main roots. And so they would segment themselves on these giant craft worlds far in the outer reaches of space. They even had this thing called the Webway. Remember what we mentioned about warp travel with the Imperium? Well, the Eldar had something way safer called a Webway. And the Eldar Webway is actually like a pocket dimension kind of thing. And in that pocket dimension, there were also more horrible, depraved groups and clans that would spend their time in there. And if you imagine the debauchery was bad already, these were debauchery X10. So all of this continued, and it bloated until Slaanesh just burst forth. All that emotion, all that mental, well, thought processes, I suppose, all of this in such a condensed space. Don't forget, this is all being shot, all their souls as well, into the warp. All of this depravity right into the warp. So what happened? Boom! Slaanesh was birthed and killed off 90% of the entire Eldar population. Untold trillions had their souls ripped from their bodies and their actual fleshy bodies devoured by Slaanesh demons. The entirety of the Eldar race was eaten alive and their souls consumed to the Prince of Pleasure. All of them got fucked up. It was so bad that it literally ripped a warp hole into the fabric of the Materium called the Eye of Terror. That's literally this like quasi horrifying gateway portal from the Materium and the Immaterium right next to Cadia. And it is horrifying. So this Slaanesh, also known as She Who Thirsts by the Eldar, slaughtered the entire population except for a couple. Those in the craft worlds were actually not affected by this as they were so far in the reaches of the galaxy. That crazy crack, that birth of Slaanesh only affected the ones in the center. So these craft world Eldar were able to escape, but Slaanesh got their sights on them. Every time an Eldar will die, their soul doesn't just pass into the warp naturally. It goes straight to Slaanesh, craft world or not. What about those people in the web?
Oh, wow.
Well, imagine that giant birth
that
happening.
Sucks.
But they were only able to just barely get a grasp onto you. Slaanesh was just barely able to hold on. These people are the Dark Eldar, or also known as the Drukhari. The Eldar population right now is so massively small. It is minuscule compared to any of the other most of the other populations in the universe. The Eldar are consistently having issues trying to get their population up because as their souls are constantly being hungered by from Slaanesh, they realize their entire species is doomed. And they understand it very well. Since the time of the fall, our race has been haunted by what we, in our reckless pursuit of hedonistic indulgence, gave birth to. Though our dreams once overturned worlds and quenched suns, we are now but fitful shadows clinging to the edge of existence. All the stars in the sky cannot blot out the hateful glare of the red moon's eye. The birthing place of the great enemy pulses with all the malice of a demon that is dreaming, casting its shadow over all we have ever done and all we ever shall. Every twisted strand of fate and casting of the runes leads me to this time, to this place, and it is clear that the final battle awaits me at the ancient Crone worlds, a conflict the likes of which has not been seen since the Monkai warred amongst themselves and their corpse of a seer fell to his traitorous son. Is coming, and all my steps lead towards it, no matter that I walk other paths. I see the stars stained red with the blood of the Monkai, and though their wars do not concern me, I would gladly let them destroy one another. I know that to avoid this fight is to condemn my race to inevitable doom, and though all I see is darkness, I know that I will not flinch from my destiny.
Damn.
And now let's talk about cute plastic models.
Bro, I'm straight up not having a good time.
The first playable race we have for the Eldar are the Craft World Eldar and living in those Craft World starships I mentioned earlier. And each of them have their own kind of Craft World, almost like a Space Marine Legion. Each Craft World is in itself its own special kind of group. And the Eldar themselves are very fast and rely a lot on trickery. They are squishy, a bit weak, but they're very in tune as psychers. Tons of psychers across the entire Eldar population, and their weaponry and abilities are fast and extremely hard hitting, but of course rather fragile. Understanding an Eldar's brain is an exercise in futility. They are all over the place in confusion and trickery on a whole galactic scale. They fight weird, they think weirder, and Eldar in their own right really rely on this to keep their species alive. They need to think about deception and the strangeness of what they do if they truly want to not be immediately murdered and slaughtered wholesale thanks to their entirely small population. However, I must say that it seems like their population is getting slightly better. These craft worlds hold millions upon millions of people.
Yeah, about to
and
say.
As the,
like, how the hell would you have such a huge part of your population be unaffected by this and be on like the far reaches of the universe, and somehow, you know, those extremely advanced populations all fail or something? I don't know.
Continually, you know, reproduce and have their craft worlds expand. Losing a few people in battle, while hurts a lot, they aren't really losing what's extremely precious to them. It's not like every single death means the death of their species. It seems like they're kind of on the upturn a little bit. They're still a doomed race being sucked into Slaanesh every time someone dies, but they are definitely doing a little bit better than they were before. Eldar are fast, cunning, and what they don't make up for in tankiness, they make up for in extremely advanced weaponry. They also call humans Monkai, which is something I mentioned earlier. That is a derogatory slur for humans in the Warhammer world. Why is it called Monkai? Well, it's because you can't, in your game, call people monkeys. On the tabletop, exactly what I said. Not very tanky, generally pretty squishy, hit like trucks, and move at Mach 5. Fast, hit hard, die fast. Exactly how it sounds. They've been good for a very long time, too. We bring only death and leave only carry on. It is a message even a human can understand. Eldar. So, Drukhari. Let's talk about the Dark Eldar.
On today's episode of How Fucked Up Is Fucked Up. That's fucked up.
So those people I mentioned in the Webway, in the super deranged cults and the depraved people of the Eldar, in the Webway, they didn't quite get a hold onto them. Slaanesh like has them, but it has them on like by the pinky finger. And they're slowly being consumed by Slaanesh, but they found out they can stave her off by doing Slaanesh things. The Dark Eldar are by far the worst, most horrifying, disgusting, depraved, and brutal race in all of Warhammer 40k. These are entirely a group of people whose full purpose to save their species from extinction, to go into planets, raid them, and take as many slaves as they possibly can to torture them for 1, 5, 10, 20, a million years, because that torture will keep them from dying. They look very BDSM style too.
Okay.
They definitely have a lot more spiky bits, and they
Lady
have a lot
Jester,
more of that
welcome.
kind of leathery,
Welcome. Good to see you.
look to them. But let's say you are an upstanding Imperial citizen, living life on a regular planet. You get invaded by the Necrons. The Necrons will shoot you with a deatomizer, and you will be destroyed in a millisecond, and that's it. Not the worst way to go. You are invaded by Chaos Marines or something. You take a bolter shot to the head or a chain sword across your stomach, and you get cut in half. Painful, but not the worst. The Orcs arrive. They beat you to death. Hurts, but, you know, whatever. Tyranids, they eat you alive. It's pretty rough. The Dark Eldar. This is going to get a little graphic. I apologize. You pray you die. You don't. You are instead taken as a human slave. Your life will be endless work and agony. 24/7.
I'm on the tail end of a cold. We're gonna play Bolt Gun in the future, so we're getting educated on Warhammer 40k lore. So, yep, we're on the second part of this series, which it's been a solid hour and a half worth of Warhammer. Eat you alive, yeah, and better case, Tyranids will turn you into soup. I mean, I feel like getting turned into a soup is still a better option than what he's describing now.
They will make sure you can't not die as your pain satisfies them. They will hook you up to all manner of torture devices. They will inject pain-based like stimuli drugs directly into your nervous system. They will slowly run razor blades across your skin. They will fillet you and just pull out your teeth and your fingernails one by one. They will remove your appendages and your skin and wait for it to grow back so they can do it again. They will murder and torture and use the R word. It rhymes with
yeah, there's a ton of books in this universe, like a ton. I don't know, man. This is wild. Yeah, this is like I knew that Warhammer was like expansive and pretty metal, but like holy, probably not at my local library. I don't know. It's like still less painful than watching XUC. Damn, really out here talking shit.
With Grape, your entire family in front of you and do the exact same thing to them. You yourself will also be rhymes with Grape anywhere and everywhere possible, and this will occur for 20 years.
Happens to the best
until
of us,
you are
ladies
no
and
longer
gentlemen.
satisfying to them. And then you will be contorted.
Enjoy your games.
crushed,
What are you playing?
And twisted into some form of trophy, a fleshy trophy, or a ring, or a couch, or a TV stand, or perhaps a wonderful hat, while you are, of course, still alive and breathing.
Oh.
And you will become a moaning, fleshy
Oh, nice.
trophy for eternity. And that is what happens when you are taken by the Dark Eldar. They are the most depraved, most horrifying race in all of 40K. They look the part, and they do it so they all don't die. They are literally forced to do this, because if they don't, Slaanesh's grip will get harder, and they will have their souls pulled away. So long as they keep doing this, Slaanesh is like, you're doing good, man. You're doing solid. You keep that shit up, you elf-eared bastards. That's the Dark Eldar. That's the Drukhari. They are horrible. On the tabletop, they're actually kind of like Eldar, but more extreme. They are even squishier than the Eldar, but they hit generally even harder. Fast attacks, skirmishers, really quick, speedy, like get around them, do a lot of damage, get away kind of stuff. That's most of the Dark Eldar. Look up the definition of grim dark in a dictionary. You'll find a picture of the Dark Eldar.
Thank you, Brenny.
Sev from Republic Commando. A quote from Mr. Vecht. We are the lords of despair, masters of terror. Dread and agony are our meat and wine, and they are plentiful indeed. Dark Eldar. Let's talk about the Harlequins. Clowns.
What's the matter?
Oh.
Don't you want to have some fun?
The Harlequins are a
Excellent.
bizarre race of Eldar. They're demonic clown performers. They're like a weird mix of Sander Cohen from BioShock and Jin from League of Legends, but in a more clown theme. They're artists of death and perfecters of their craft. They do not belong to Craft Worlds or any of the weird Drukhari people. They guard something called the Black Library, which is this giant tome of never-ending knowledge deep in the heart of the Eldar Webway, and also guarded by their god named Kegorok, I believe is how you pronounce his name. He is the laughing god, but it's the Eldar's laughing god, and these are the Harlequins, the Harlequin clowns. These are Eldar clowns, okay? So imagine the things that Eldar, these depraved individuals, would find funny. And this is the god of that. It's a horror clown. These are gods of horror for us normal people. For them, they're like, oh, it's so funny. They're all dying horribly. Honk, honk. They're very bizarre and difficult to describe. They've escaped the ruinous powers of Slaanesh somehow, but their main thing is guarding that Black Library. And the Harlequins just...
Okay.
They're demon clown performers. They're barely any models on the tabletop. They're good in melee. They're demon clowns. I'm not sure. I got a quote. It is too easy for an Eldar to embrace the obscene virtues of chaos, for Slaanesh is nothing more than a manifestation of the Eldar mind in its most wild and unconstrained form. Human morality is meaningless to the Eldar, and in the dark side of the Eldar mind, all life is to be expended at a whim. Cruelty and generosity are but the impulse of a moment. Beauty and sensuality are virtues that can be expressed in bloodshed just as easily as in song. To an unfettered Eldar mind, there is neither sanity nor madness, but merely a wave of perfect existence fulfilled by its own savage momentum. They're very strange. Harlequins, Drukhari, Eldar, they are an anomaly.
Thank you for the follow.
Humans seem completely easy to understand in comparison. They range from rekindling their civilization to horrifying murder and also clowns. They're all over the place, but honestly, they represent quite well and are rather interesting, especially with the whole Sonesh murdering everyone bit. So, yeah, Eldar. Now, bugs.
Mom, they following me, Mom. They following me. These, the bugs.
The bugs.
The Tyranids. Now, you want to talk something a lot more fun, a little more simple than all this crazy Eldar shenanigans?
Yes.
Let's talk the Tyranids. They're bugs. Do they look like Zerg? Hell yeah, they look like Zerg. You want to know why they look like Zerg? Because they were actually supposed to be what Zerg were. Apparently, StarCraft was supposed to be a 40k game in the beginning, hence why they look so much like Eldar, Zerg, and the Imperium of Man. Like, kind of Space Marine-y, those Marines, huh? They look a little bit Space Marine-y to me. Maybe. I don't know. You really fucked up on that one, Games Workshop, didn't ya? Tyranids are a giant infestation of unfathomable proportions. These are giant, extremely bio-advanced hive mind organisms that are basically all about absorbing as much biomass as they possibly can to evolve and mutate to be extremely potent and powerful and kill and eat anything in their path.
Protective of
They
their
are
IP.
probably the least evil faction in all of 40k because all they want to do is eat shit. They want to nom nom the entire galaxy. They hangry and we food. Also, this Tyranid hive mind has a presence in the warp. In
Makes
fact,
sense.
Tyranids in their own right have a massive presence in the warp. They have a thing called the shadow in the warp specifically, where when they are coming in to invade a planet, they have this weird ability to kind of cut off the warp on all the psychers on that planet. And how you get help across the stars? Well, you need the warp because you need that for interstellar travel. So
Too
with
bad.
people unable to call for help from the Tyranids, these are just easy pickings. And an entire giant Tyranid hive fleet comes out of orbit and just will massacre, absorbing all that biomass and turning them and all of their other Tyranids into even more advanced monsters. They come in so many varieties too, all based on what is important. Tiny little ripper swarms for scouting and having little dudes eat people up, to the Hormagons, Termagants, and Gene Stealers, all the way to the Hive Guard and the Exocrines and the Swarm Lord, to Hive Tyrants and their giant battle fleets, and even something as crazy as the Hierophant Bio Titan. The Tyranids come in all forms and sizes depending on what they require. They are extremely good at anti-biological weaponry. There is no way you can plague them or blight them. They have extremely strong armor, carapaces and such. Tyranids are nigh perfect organisms and are pretty spooky when it comes down to how they handle all of their genetic material. Keep feeding them, they'll keep evolving. They keep on creating new horrifying organisms to spread across the galaxy. And you want to know what the most terrifying part of the Tyranids is? We might be surrounded. There have been around 6 or 7 Tyranid hive fleets. Behemoth, Kronos, all these different kinds of hive fleets. And they've all arrived in the galaxy from different points, different sections of the Milky Way galaxy.
Oh,
had different Tyranids come through.
That's crazy.
And that is horrifying.
That's such a neat thing to put into the lore.
We could just be surrounded on all sides by Tyranids. The only reason you may not hear a whole lot about Tyranids is because it's a little bit hard to have a bunch of story off of one hive mind genocidal monsters. All these giant bugs swarming in, killing and eating everybody and evolving. I mean, as cool as there are, there's some cool characters, the Swarm Lord, Old One Eye. You can't really have a whole bunch of major character-based stories around them. As awesome as they are, they're simple. They want to eat you. They want to eat you and absorb your biomass. They are simple bugs. If you want something a little more complex, talk Gene Stealer cults.
I can have all the pot I want, I get around faster than walking, and wherever I need a seat, I can just sit on my balls.
Gene stealer cults are a special brand of Tyranid that can slowly infect themselves into different kinds of society. And by infecting them, they can rise up to where they all pray and believe in these regular humans, pray and believe into their Tyranid hive mind gods. And these brood lords, and I think they're called patriarchs, all can turn an entire world all based into gene stealers, and these are called gene stealer cults. An entire hive world of the Imperium can be turned into nothing but servants to the Tyranid masters just by infecting them and screwing with their genetic code a little bit.
That's
this
cool.
Like Mad Max look, which is really neat. They are definitely one of the bigger threats to the Imperium besides Chaos. I keep saying biggest threat to the Imperium. They're up there though, because you, dingus, stepped on a bug in middle school. Asshole. There is a cancer eating at the Imperium. With each decade, it advances deeper, leaving drained, dead worlds in its wake. This horror, this abomination, has thought and purpose that functions on an unimaginable galactic scale, and all we can do is to try to stop the swarms of bioengineered monsters it unleashes upon us by instinct. We have given the horror a name to salvage our fears. We call it the Tyranid race. But if it is aware of us, it must know us as nothing but prey. Tyranids.
That's pretty crazy. I mean, to be fair, like it's such a good, you know, bad guy or enemy, I guess, in a world like this. Because I remember playing StarCraft like way back when StarCraft was like a new thing. And like that, the Zerg part of that storyline, as basic as that game was, and like as not deep as that lore was, it was still incredibly creepy. Because like they were portrayed as like a hive mind swarm, like it's like an infesting. And there's in StarCraft, there's also like a mechanic where Zerg can infest, you know, the human race, and it's just like, oof. That's a kind of just, I don't know, it's just kind of disturbing, right? Unkillable masters.
Cool. But are they as cool as the orcs?
Every screen's gone red. That means I'm super fast.
Orcs. I fucking love orcs. So, yes, the green monsters, the green tide, the green skins. These orcs, they are in fact a race in 40K. The orcs are as exactly what you expect them. They have archaic weapons, they're big boys, they have axes, and they have got big old teeth, and they want to kill everything, and there are so many of them. The only reason they haven't taken over the entire galaxy is they can't stop murdering each other. Orcs are so cool. Orcs don't have philosophy. Orcs don't have existential crisis. What matters is who's the biggest orc. You listen to that guy because he the biggest orc. He big orc. Big orc knows best. You win through the power of imagination. Of all the races I have battled throughout the galaxy, the orc is the hardest to comprehend. They wage war with machines that should not work, care little for strategic gains, and are just as likely to slaughter each other as the enemy. How does one battle an enemy that defies all logic? As an orc, you're enjoying life. You're enjoying the life you're given. Your whole life and job and purpose is to get up and beat each other to death because you can. The biggest orc is the man who understands everything. He is the boss. And orcs have this really weird, like, big, dumb, stereotype British accent, which is just hilarious to me. Those are orcs. You fight. You like to fight. Your whole purpose is to fight. You wage war because you want to wage war. You got your boss over there, and you better listen to the boss, because if you don't listen to the boss will squish you and make you an example for the other orcs. And then you can't fight because orc dead.
Wait,
and orc
what,
dead
Brady?
orc dead can't fight because orc dead. Orcs. They scrap together machines out of parts that don't make any sense, and because they believe, they have the mental imagination that that machine will run, it'll run. If that machine's out of gas, you're driving that machine with your fellow orcs, and the biggest orc is behind the wheel, and you run out of gas, some orc behind you is like, oh, Zog, we're out of gas. And the big orc is like, no, we're not. I filled the fucking gas tank up earlier, and all the other orcs are like, oh yeah, you did do that. And then you turn the fucking mech back on, and it works again. Does it have gas? Probably not, but it works through the power of imagination. They paint things red because it makes them think they goes faster. They paint things purple because it's the sneakiest color. You wanna know why? You ever seen a purple orc? Didn't fucking think so. Orcs are also like ancient as hell. They're back in the Eldari time frame. But back then they were called Krorks, and they were much larger and scarier and far more intelligent. Now they're just orcs, and they're big, dumb, and they smack things. But they're pretty spooky. They're not very well armored, but they hit really hard. And it's called the Green Tide because there are so many orcs. There are about as many orcs as there are Tyranids. Maybe more. Who knows? But they keep on, murdering each other, so it's not too bad of an issue. Orcs are entirely comic relief. Their stuff is slapped together.
Red one goes faster. It's just what they said, and it works.
Don't work the way they're supposed to, but they work because they think it works, because they imagine.
I mean, it goes back to the whole worshiping your weapons thing. Like, I don't know. I guess in this universe, if you think it is, you just have to really fucking think it.
That it works. Orcs care only about who is the biggest orc, and they will follow the biggest orc. And then if they want to be the biggest orc, they'll challenge the biggest orc. And then when they go and they issue a wa is just war in orc, they murder everybody and everything in this giant tide of green orcs who are just excited to be hitting something. They don't care that they're hitting Eldar or the Imperium or Tau or anyone in between. They're just so they get to beat shit up. That's orcs. And on the tabletop, they are a total coin flip, and they're really fun. I have never met a salty orc player. I have never met someone who plays orcs and is ever just a bad guy or that guy. Orc players have this kind of fun to them because when you play them, you are completely submitting yourself to RNG. So here's the thing. Guardsmen, Imperial Guardsmen, when they shoot, they roll a dice, and on a 4 up, they'll hit their target. They have a 50% chance. Space Marines, pretty good. They hit on a 3 or higher because they're well trained. Adeptus Custodians, they hit on 2s because they're just super well trained. Orcs, they hit on a 5 or higher. But if they roll a 6, they get to make another shot with anything from the dinkiest pistol to the biggest rocket launcher. It doesn't matter. Half of their stuff will blow up on a whim. One of their medics, if you roll a 1 to heal someone, you fuck up your surgery and you just kill an orc. They're so wacky and silly. But the thing is, if you roll well, you roll high, and you keep rolling high, you are going to crush people. And if you don't, you lose. I mean, that's what you get when you play orcs. That's what happens when you play orcs. It's a coin flip. Which is why you can't be a salty bitch when you play orcs, because things won't go your way. It's just the roll of the dice. You're playing a dice game. But if you're going to have fun, and you want to be stupid, and you want to be silly, you're going to play some damn orcs. But on the opposite side of the fun part of this, let's talk about the Necrons.
Oh.
The Necrons are spooky, scary skeletons and very grimdark again. They have a much more fleshed out lore than before. Back in the day, they were just undead Egyptian.
Oh, wow, that's crazy, Renee.
And they still look that way, but now they actually have a story. So way back in the day, you had the Necron tier. Kind of see a theme here: Eldari, Eldar, Krork, Orc, Necron, Necron tier. So the Necron tier were this race of generally kind of shitty people. Not because they were personally shitty, but because their lives were awful. They were ill-fated to a horrible existence of like radiation and a terrible planet they lived on, and everything just really sucked. Being a Necron tier was just really depressing. They really were looking for immortality. They were extremely reliant on the hope that they would eventually find the key
just like us,
to living forever
They're
and
just
to
like
stave
us,
off this horrible nature that they were thrust upon them, and therefore they could become the most dominant race in the galaxy. And they found this group. They're called the Old Ones. Imagine them kind of like the Forerunners in Halo or the Xel'Naga in StarCraft, right? These Old Ones were these strong, pretty much omnipotent beings, and they, of course, knew the key to immortality. So the Necrons went to them and said, please, show us your ways. And the Old Ones said, piss off. Not really, they were a lot more humble about it, but they did not want to share their secret of immortality with the Necrons. The Necrons, of course, took this very well and waged war with them, kind of under this united banner. The Necron different dynasties didn't really like each other, but under this one man, the Silent King, he thought the best way to unite his race was to do this giant war with the Old Ones out of spite for them keeping the secret of immortality to them. This was known as the War in Heaven, and this is actually like a multi-stage war. Because during this war in heaven, they discovered the star gods, a whole new race of people known as the Catan, or the Catan. These star gods were also very much like Old Ones, almost omnipotent beings, and they too had the key to immortality. And so the Necrons went to them and said, hey, can you help us fight off the Old Ones? Can you help us kill these Old Ones, you, the Catan? And the Catan said yes, and in fact, we can help provide you with the immortality you so desperately seek. So the Silent King of the Necrons decided to make a pact with the Catan to allow them to accept this generous gift of immortality upon them. But this, of course, had been a horrendous trap, and the Necrons were dragged in chains to this biotransference where their flesh was stripped from them, replaced with nothing but a metal hollow shell, as their souls were ripped from their body and fed to the Catan. And the Catan fattened up. They got chonk on the souls of the Necrons. As this was their plan all along, they consumed the flesh and souls of the Necron tier and turned them all into unwilling robotic slaves just to serve their will. And then, with their new-founded Necron army, they pointed their guns at the Old Ones, and the Catan continued their domination of the stars and their genocide, complete and full genocide of these Old Ones. The Old Ones did their best to stave it off. They even created other races, the Eldari and the Orcs, to try to fight off the horrifying Necron army and the Catan above them. But there was absolutely no possible chance for them. And the Old Ones were absolutely extinguished across the galaxy. Their entire race completely removed. Full-on 100% genocide. However, during all this, the Catan, so just infatuated with their victory, started fighting each other for fun, for sport, and for small differences, doesn't matter. The Catan, with these overpowered people, they're gonna eventually hit each other at some point. And as they began just menially fighting each other, the Eldari and the Orcs actually started pushing on the Catan's borders a little bit, giving them a little bit of a run for their money. And as this continued, this is when the Silent King, who retained his consciousness, decided to leap into action and start a full-scale revolt against their Catan masters. And this revolt was bloody, as the entire Necron army was surged off to destroy these star gods. They were able to, just after suffering horrendous losses, were able to turn the tide of the war. And they took these Catan and they blasted them. Because as these star gods are unkillable, they were able to break them into thousands of shards and entrap them in giant stasis vaults to now actually be slaves to the Necrons. And with the Necrons having the entirety of their old gods enslaved to them, they realized that soon their race was about to be attacked by the overcoming new races, the Eldari and the Krorks. And so what they did is they retreated into giant stasis tombs in order to preserve their energy and their strength for when one day they would be reawakened and they would be able to rule the galaxy that was rightfully theirs. And then some dingus Adeptus Mechanicus guy diddled with a green console, and now the Necrons are back and they see all these primitive races on their lawns and they think, get the fuck off of it. The Necrons are back, super advanced, and they are here to reclaim the galaxy that they so rightfully believe is theirs. Now, at tabletop, they're a lot like that. Tons of undead Egyptian skeleton robots that when they die, they just get right back up because they keep on reanimating. Hard to kill, tons of crazy stuff. You can use the Catan themselves as units to fight with. It's pretty cool. The Necrons are one of the 3 major events in 40k. The Horus Heresy, the Fall of the Eldar, and the Awakening of the Necrons are all pretty substantial events. And the Necrons themselves are pretty dang cool as well. Here's a good quote from a wonderful Dawn of War game. "Lucky creatures, as long last you have found the tranquility of death. I was like you once, clinging to life and blind to the truth. When I uncovered the truth, I too shuddered and paled with fear. Deep in these catacombs I was remade. Here my brethren slumbered for eons while the living grew like weed. My Lord knew this day would come. He had plans for us all. We would purge this world once more. So come, poor victims of life. We will grant you tranquility in these crypts. Kronos will be a tomb world once more." Necrons are also pretty smug. Trazen the Infinite especially, a little dickhead. But speaking of dickheads, last race, let's talk the Tau. The exact formation of the Tau Empire is not entirely understood. However, a long time ago, many thousands of years ago, in the 40k world that is, some Imperial navigation vessels were going around through different areas, and they saw a primitive race, blue people, smacking each other with sticks and stones. They thought,
Okay.
yeah, dumb Xenos race, who gives a shit, and they bailed. Then this giant warp storm occurred right in that major area, unable to be breached. Then, once that warp storm 6,000 years later subsided, hello, those little sticks. Well, they decided to actually have no war of any kind and all just unite together under one flag of the Tau Empire. And now they have gigantic starships and Gundam robots and lasers and railguns and mechs, and they are here to ruin your day for the greater good. That is generally the Tau Empire. They have this kind of feeling of this homogenous group. All species can go underneath the banner of the greater good. The greater good is their idea of the fundamental increase and help of all. In fact, they are most likely the most like the Covenant in Halo, where they have the overarching prophets, being the ethereals, who are actually kind of dicks and like to pull at strings a little bit, but then you have all these different races directly underneath them, and they all work together in this big group as this large, foreboding race that tries to spread their weirdly pseudo-religious influence across the galaxy. The alien is not intrinsically evil. Do not hate him. Pity him, his ignorance. Seek to understand his differences and equate him with his inadequacies. Only then will he accept his place in the greater good. That is generally the Tau. And if you're kind of wondering like what their mainly big shtick is, well, they're all about big robots and mechs. They have laser rifles and rail guns. They got giant mechs with tons of missile pods and heavy rail rifles and rail guns and burst cannons and ion accelerators and void shields and all this stuff. And that is generally what the Tau's all about. But you're probably thinking, Bricky, this doesn't sound that evil. This doesn't sound very grim, dark Warhammer. And you'd be right.
Some orcs? I feel like that's a trap.
Don't have that much of a horrifying, grim, dark style like everybody else.
How much is an orc army?
Younger, new age thing. In fact, they're probably a lot less evil and a lot even better than they are now back in the day, because they liked having like that good guy faction. But a lot of us who really like the dark, depressing style of Warhammer didn't really like it that much. So, see, the Tau get a lot of hate, and a lot of
orchestrate, if you believe it,
unjustified. It's mainly from a tabletop perspective, but as you can see from all the visuals I've shown you recently, they don't really fit in the 40k universe very well. They lack that super dark, dramatic, kind of high gothic level the Imperium
Plucky
has.
young race,
they don't have the weird kind of like grungy stuff that Chaos or say the Orcs do. And the Necrons and the Eldar have their own specific style as well. The Tau really do look like something out of Gundam. And while it isn't necessarily a bad thing, it does definitely not fit too well. There's that. There's also the tabletop problem. In tabletop, Tau are horrible at melee.
Papercut, welcome. We've been going over Warhammer 40k lore because I was completely uneducated about it. We're gonna play Bolt Gun in the future, so I felt like this was kind of mandatory viewing before jumping into that. So we've watched 2 videos about every single Warhammer 40k faction explained. It's like a really quick overview. I feel like we're barely scratching the surface on all this stuff, but it's still been like 2 hours long, with like a short introduction and who's who in the Warhammer 40K universe. So, orcs are only this many teeth. Gotta need to sleep ASAP. Rest well, Brandy. We're about to raid out. I didn't expect to stream for 4 hours tonight or to jump down the Warhammer 40K rabbit hole, but here we are. But my my voice is about to just like quit, and even though I'm not talking much, yeah. So
like combat, but exceptionally good at range combat. So they blast everyone from really, really far away, and they have a million rules to make it so that it's nearly impossible for you to get into melee combat. So it basically just forces you to bottleneck the game into one specific gameplay style, which is gun to gun. And if you're doing gun to gun, they're gonna win every time because they're the Tau, and the Tau are really damn good at shooting. So it's one of those things that make the Tau generally rather hated, and a lot of different reasons for that, both from style and such. But this is actually one of the things I wanted to end this video with, is that the Tau, while they have their issues, you should not be discouraged from playing them. I'll make plenty of Tau weeaboo jokes, of course I will, but it's all generally in good fun. Anyone who legitimately doesn't want you to play a faction is an idiot, and you shouldn't be giving them the time of day. You pick what you think is cool and what you like. In Warhammer, especially now, factions get better and they get worse. They grow and then they fall. You should only be playing what you think is cool. You like the look, you like the models. If you're talking tabletop, that is what you should be going for every time.
Good of him to have that attitude.
Badass, because things change all the time. But the universe of Warhammer has so much going for it. Every faction has something interesting. Every character has a story, and there's a million stories to be told. The universe is vast and exciting, and while it is dark, depressing, and horrible, that is the damn charm. And out of everything I've told you in these two videos, if anything you could take away is the reason why so many of us are so into this series and why we like it so much. Because with so much variety, such an expansive universe, and so much that can be done, you can find yourself having a pretty great time. Thank you so much for watching this video. I hope it is informative to you. If you'd like to see more of me, Bricky, you have twitch.tv/Bricky for my streams. You have my merchandise site in which I was wearing all of my...
Can we get a shout out for Bricky real quick? I feel like if we're gonna watch both of these videos, gotta shout them out. They need to make an MMO. I'd 100% play it. I mean, I've occasionally stepped into the Warhammer like world and just never really retained much. I've played a couple of the games like very briefly. Got friends who are super into it, but I've just never taken the plunge. And it's not like Bolt Gun is gonna be like you know, really stepping into Warhammer 40K. But I feel like it is good to like generally have a little bit of knowledge about it before I jump in. So. I have two, but I wanted to get into the tabletop, but it's so expensive. Yeah. I have some friends that are into it, and like we looked up one of the pieces from the tabletop game earlier, and it was like $215, which is just, that's a lot. It's a lot. All right, chat. I did not expect to stream for 4 hours tonight, but I've had fun. We're gonna raid Leaflet. Looks like they're playing some Snowbreak Containment Zone. I don't know. Then they're going to watch Alien videos. It's been a minute since we've gone and said hello to Leaflet. They're super awesome. Make sure you show them some love. I did not expect to still be up. I didn't either. I am going to go crawl into my bed and just, you know, take some more meds before I pass out. Samola, welcome in. Welcome. Thank you for being here. We are about to end, but happy to have you. If you've been hanging out for a little bit and enjoying your time here, please feel free to drop a follow. Let's see. I will be live again, not tomorrow, but on Friday. Let's see. And I'll be like putting some more effort into our new text-to-speech and redeems and stuff. So expect to see some more work there. Anyways, here's our raid on Leaflet. If you don't have a sub, there you go. If you do, there you go. Thank you, Will. Mwah. Thank you, chat. Damn. Okay. All right. I didn't expect to be raiding out with 27 people. Hell yeah. Awesome. Yeah. So yeah, I don't know if it's gonna be Friday, but probably Friday we'll play some Bolt Gun. I mean, it sounds like fun to me. The game looks awesome, and we're fresh off this Warhammer lore. So those of y'all who are knowledgeable and have been hanging out and dropping little tidbits, I appreciate it. Brainy's already in bed, but I will see y'all on Friday. I'll see y'all on Friday, and then like hopefully, seriously, hopefully Friday, Saturday, I'm pretty much back to normal. Saturday we can have a nice long Saturday stream. I really want a nice Saturday stream. Like, I don't know. I want to stream for like a good 8+ hours. We'll see though. Plenty of marbles to roll, plenty of whatever to whatever. We'll wing it as per usual. Let's see. Let's kill that. Bye, chat. Let's see some bees.